الزميلات والزملاء الأعزاء، صباح الخير جميعا. أود أن أقدم نفسي. أنا حنفي جبالي، رئيس البرلمان المصري. أنا في غاية السعادة لترأس هذه الجلسة المهمة، وأرجو لحضراتكم جميعا التوفيق والسداد. نستمر فيما انتهينا إليه بالأمس من المناقشات المقدمة من السادة رؤساء الوفود. نبدأ بالسيد منذر بودين من الجزائر، متبوعاً بنائب رئيس مجلس الشيوخ الفرنسي، ثم نائب رئيس البرلمان اليوناني. فليتفضل سيادة منذر بودين بالحديث.
بعدها بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الدكتور حنفي الجبالي رئيس الجلسة، رئيس مجلس الشعب المصري، السادة ممثلي الأمانة العامة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، السيدة أندا فيليب، السادة رؤساء البرلمانات والمجالس الوطنية الحاضرين معنا، زميلاتي البرلمانيين. بداية أود أن أعبر لكم عن سعادتي بتواجدي بجنيف بقصر الأمم المتحدة، هذا القصر التاريخي، وبحضور هذا الجمع الرفيع، ولينقل إليكم تحيات السيد إبراهيم بوغالي رئيس المجلس الشعبي الوطني الجزائري. وأن أعبر عن شكري وتقديري أصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن الوفد البرلماني الجزائري الذي أتشرف بقيادته رفقة زميلي من مجلس الأمة على كل التسهيلات التي حظينا بها منذ تواجدنا بجنيف. واسمحوا لي أن أضم صوتي إلى أصوات المتدخلين البارزين الذين سبقوني إلى هذه المنصة لأهنئكم على المجهودات الجبارة التي تبذلونها لإنجاح أشغال هذا المؤتمر المهم. السيد الرئيس، الحضور الكريم، إن تواجدنا بجنيف اليوم هو تعبير عن دعمنا للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي الذي نتقاسم معه المبادئ المشتركة، كما نثمن المجهودات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي في تكريس الحوار البرلماني الذي نؤمن بقوة بأنه السبيل الأمثل لإرساء تعاون برلماني متعدد الأطراف فعال من أجل الوصول إلى عالم يسوده السلم والعدالة والازدهار للجميع. إن موضوع نقاشنا العام من وجهة نظرنا موضوع ذو أهمية بالغة، لأنه يشكل صلب وجودنا كبرلمانيين وكهيئات تشريعية تسعى لتمثيل الشعوب وللتعبير عن تطلعاتهم والسهر على توفير مقومات التنمية وتحقيق العدالة الاجتماعية. كما يتعين علينا مواجهة التحولات العميقة التي تفرضها عولمة غير متحكم فيها بالقدر الكافي. هي تعنينا كبرلمانيين، أي كأعضاء في مؤسسات مطالبة بالتكفل بمشاكل والتساؤلات ناخبيها لإيجاد حلول وطنية لإشكالية دولية تتجاوزهم. ونحن نجتمع اليوم بجنيف في هذا المؤتمر الرفيع المستوى. لا بد أن نعترف بأن عالمنا اليوم يعيش في حالة اضطراب يتجلى في عدة جوانب، بما في ذلك التوترات السياسية والاقتصادية والتغيرات المناخية والاضطرابات الاجتماعية والصراعات المسلحة وتفاقم التحديات التي تواجهها الحكومات في ظل عالم سمته انتشار عدم المساواة وعدم احترام القانون الدولي الذي كان يشكل المرجعية الأساسية للعلاقات بين الدول، والذي فقد كثيرا من فاعليته وقدرته على ردع المخالفين وانتهاك القانون الإنساني الدولي والتدخلات العسكرية المتكررة في القارة الإفريقية والعقوبات الأحادية التي تفرضها القوى الكبرى والانتهاكات الممنهجة لحقوق الإنسان في مناطق مختلفة من العالم، على غرار ما يحدث في غزة من إبادة وتجويع ضد شعب أعزل، كلها تتم دون مساءلة فعلية أو عواقب رادعة. وهنا نتمنى من السادة رؤساء البرلمانات الحاضرين معنا هنا أن يكون هناك موقف صارم، موقف حاد في هذا الشأن. واسمحوا لي أن ننوه بما حدث أول أمس في الأمم المتحدة، أين كان هناك اجتماع خاص بحل الدولتين، وأنوه بالعودة إلى الرشد لكثير من البلدان التي عبرت عن نيتها الاعتراف بالدولة الفلسطينية في الأيام المقبلة. في السياق نفسه أجد أن المؤسسات الدولية التي كانت تشكل عمود النظام العالمي، مجلس الأمن الدولي والمحكمة الجنائية الدولية ومنظمة التجارة العالمية، أو فاقدة للفاعلية رغم المحاولات لإعادة النظر في هيكلة هذه المؤسسات لضمان فاعلية أكبر. لذا فإن الإحساس الذي ينتاب العالم هو أننا نتوجه نحو مستقبل مليء بعلامات الاستفهام، والعمل المتعدد الأطراف في خطر، ونحن نتحمل المسؤولية كبرلمانيين في ضرورة إعادة الاعتبار للعمل المتعدد الأطراف الدولي. كما تؤكد حرصها على حمل صوت الدول العربية والإفريقية وضمان الدفاع عن المصالح الاستراتيجية المشتركة في مختلف القضايا التي تدخل في اختصاص مجلس الأمن، وخاصة الوضع المأساوي والغير الإنساني في فلسطين المحتلة، والتزامها الكامل بالنهج الإفريقي لجعل القارة مسالمة متجهة بثبات وعزم نحو أهداف تنموية وقوية وفاعلة أساسيا في التطورات التي تصنع مستقبل البشرية. لقد جعلت الجزائر من مسألة إصلاح مجلس الأمن الدولي ضرورة حتمية لتحقيق نظام دولي أكثر تمثيلا وعدلا وتوازنا. إن جنوح الجزائر للسلام وتغليب الحوار والحل السلمي للأزمات وتأكيدها على مبدأ عدم التدخل في الشؤون الداخلية للدول، وهي تواصل تجسيد دعم العمل والتعاون الدولي وتعزيز دور الأمم المتحدة لحملها على الاطلاع بالمسؤوليات المنوطة بها، لا سيما اتجاه الشعبين الفلسطيني والصحراوي. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
Thank you very much. Nous entendons maintenant au Monsieur Louis Kervé, vice-président du Sénat français.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents de Parlement, mes chers collègues, c'est un constat partagé. Le monde dans lequel nous vivons fait face à des défis sans précédent. Les conflits armés et les crises ne cessent de se multiplier, y compris dans des régions qui, comme l'Europe, connaissaient la paix depuis des décennies. Du Moyen-Orient au Soudan, de l'Ukraine au Myanmar, la guerre est une terrible réalité. Et les instances internationales, paralysées par les divisions géopolitiques, peinent souvent à faire entendre leur voix. Le monde est également en proie à des défis globaux, transversaux, de plus en plus nombreux. Le changement climatique, bien sûr, mais aussi les pandémies, la criminalité organisée, le terrorisme, ou encore les déplacements de populations liés aux conflits ou à l'insécurité alimentaire. Il y a aussi les bouleversements technologiques qui, comme l'intelligence artificielle, peuvent être porteurs d'opportunités, mais aussi de risques, et nécessitent des cadres de régulation. Tous ces défis appellent des réponses au niveau global. Or, l'ordre international fondé sur le droit et le multilatéralisme est aujourd'hui malmené. L'unilatéralisme, le recours désinhibé à la force, les violations du droit international érodent sa légitimité. alors même qu'il devrait œuvrer à la paix, un membre permanent du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies envahit un pays voisin au cœur du continent européen, au mépris de sa souveraineté et de ses frontières. Par ailleurs, certaines puissances remettent délibérément en cause l'ordre international existant et cherchent à faire émerger un ordre alternatif, fondé sur les rapports de force et de nouvelles alliances, et dans lequel le droit, mais aussi les valeurs universelles défendues par la Charte des Nations Unies, les libertés individuelles ou les droits humains passent au second plan. Pourtant, cette perspective d'un monde divisé, sans normes ni régulation, ne saurait être une option viable. Si nous voulons un monde où règne la paix, la justice et la solidarité, nous ne pouvons renoncer à une approche collective. Et les Nations Unies doivent rester la clé de voûte de ce système multilatéral. Tel était le message du point d'urgence adopté à l'unanimité lors de la 149e Assemblée de l'UIP en octobre 2024, sur une proposition conjointe du groupe français et du groupe britannique de l'Union interparlementaire. Membre fondateur de l'ONU, la France défend avec force un multilatéralisme ambitieux et efficace. Elle s'est ainsi fortement impliquée en faveur de l'adoption, le 23 septembre 2024, du Pacte des Nations Unies pour l'avenir, qui vise à redonner un nouvel élan au multilatéralisme et à la mise en œuvre des objectifs de développement durable. La France soutient particulièrement la réforme du système de gouvernance de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, en particulier l'élargissement du Conseil de sécurité pour le rendre plus représentatif, et milite pour la réforme de l'architecture financière internationale. La coopération interparlementaire et la diplomatie parlementaire ont indéniablement un rôle à jouer dans le système multilatéral. Les contacts entre parlementaires complètent utilement le dialogue entre les gouvernements. Ils constituent des canaux de discussion précieux, des canaux d'amitié lorsque les canaux usuels ne conviennent plus et que les relations diplomatiques sont rompues. Cette conviction que le dialogue parlementaire peut favoriser la paix est au fondement de la création de l'UIP en 1889, bien avant même la création de la Société des Nations, par deux parlementaires français. L'UIP s'est rapproché de l'ONU pour donner une dimension parlementaire aux travaux des Nations Unies. À nous d'être ambitieux, à nous de conjuguer nos efforts pour concrétiser des objectifs communs, et la France, Monsieur le Président, y prendra toute sa part. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. الآن يتفضل سعادة رباح بوغالي نائب رئيس مجلس الأمة الجزائري.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fellow Speakers of Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start my address with a reference to the speech of my colleague from North Macedonia who chose to name his country using the term Macedonia. He did so in violation of the Prespa Agreement and of his own country constitution, which foresee that the name of the country is North Macedonia, to be used erga omnes. Greece reaffirms the importance of adherence to international law and international treaties, which is the foundation of good neighbourly relations. I'm therefore compelled to strongly condemn this act on the part of the esteemed colleague from North Macedonia. Furthermore, I call upon the Presidency to delete from the record of this meeting any statement or references that violate the established rules, principles and language of the UN framework, and to ensure that all parties fully respect this framework and refrain from any act or statement which undermines the spirit of consensus necessary for the conduct of our work. Dear colleagues, it is a great honor for me to represent the Hellenic Parliament at this pivotal juncture for international parliamentary dialogue. We meet here in a world marked by turmoil, division, and rapid transformation. And yet, this is also a moment filled with potential, a moment that demands not despair but determination, not isolation but cooperation, not rhetoric but responsibility. At the heart of this responsibility lies multilateralism, not as a slogan but as a daily practice. In a world where no single nation can tackle transnational challenges alone, from climate change to cyber threats, from pandemics to forced migration, multilateral cooperation remains our only credible path forward. But let us be clear, multilateralism cannot survive without democracy, and democracy cannot thrive without parliaments. If multilateralism is to remain effective, it must become more inclusive, more responsive, more connected to the realities of our peoples. This means strengthening parliamentary diplomacy. Greece, as a country that lies at the crossroads of three continents, we have experienced the consequences of global challenges at our doorstep. We have seen waves of refugees arriving on our shores. We have also experienced the climate crisis firsthand through devastating wildfires, prolonged droughts, and extreme weather that reshape our ecosystems and local economies. And as the birthplace of democracy, we know that democratic values need always to be preserved at all costs. Dear colleagues, what it needs urgently is political courage, collective commitment, and a renewed belief in a shared destiny. This conference must be more than symbolic. It must be a signal to our citizens and to the world that we are united, determined, and ready to lead in the name of peace, justice, and prosperity for all through stronger, more democratic multilateralism. Thank you for your attention.
Many thanks to Mr. Ioannis Plakiotakis, Vice President of the Hellenic Parliament. الآن الدور للسيد رباح بوغالي نائب رئيس مجلس الأمة الجزائري.
السيدة توليا أكسن رئيسة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، السيدات والسادة رؤساء البرلمانات والوفود البرلمانية وأعضاء البرلمانات، السيد الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم. يشرفني المشاركة في المؤتمر العالمي السادس لرؤساء البرلمانات ممثلا للسيد عزوز ناصري رئيس مجلس الأمة الجزائري، والذي يبلغكم تحياته وتمنياته لكم بدوام التوفيق. إن موضوع النقاش يعبر فعلا عن الوضع المقلق الذي يعيشه العالم في ظل تغيرات متسارعة وانحرافات عن القوانين الدولية والأعراف الإنسانية وانهيار للقيم وتراجع عن الشرعية الدولية لصالح الهيمنة وتأجيج الصراعات. حالة الاضطرابات العالمية الحالية تسحق مكاسب العدل والحرية والسلام، لذلك تبرز أهمية تفعيل التعاون متعدد الأطراف للعودة بالكوكب إلى حالة السكينة والاستقرار. المهمة صعبة لكنها ليست مستحيلة إذا صدقت النوايا وتجند الجميع بما فيهم البرلمانيون لاستعادة تناغم المجتمع الدولي مع إنسانيته ومع سيادة القانون. علينا الاعتراف أن السقوط كرسه ضعف المنظمات الدولية المسؤولة على صيانة حقوق الإنسان وإنفاذ الشرعية، مما عزز اختلال موازين القوى في منظومة دولية مريضة. لقد رفعت الجزائر من أجل نظام دولي جديد وبلورت دبلوماسيتها بتوجيه من رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون تصورات عقلانية للخروج من المأزق العالمي متعدد الأبعاد أساسها إصلاح المنظمة الأممية، فهو أولوية مطلقة يجب على البرلمانات التمسك بها. الجزائر ومن خلال عضويتها غير الدائمة في مجلس الأمن الدولي نبهت على خطورة الخلل الذي يميز هذه الهيئة والإجحاف الذي تمارسه في حق الشعوب وفي حق إفريقيا، ولا سيما مع العجز الذي يصاحب إبادة الفلسطينيين وتهجيرهم من أرضهم. فالإصلاح أولاً وعلى الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي أن يعمل على تنفيذه كشرط أساسي لعودة الاستقرار إلى العالم. حالة الاضطراب العالمي تكرسها أيضاً حدة الاستقطاب الذي تغذي الصدام. لذلك تتمسك الجزائر بمبدأ عدم الانحياز وتنادي بتفعيله وتمكينه من أداء دور في إعادة التوازن إلى العلاقات الدولية. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
شكرا سيد بغالي. Now the floor is to Mr. Rodrigo Saraiva, Deputy Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of Portugal.
Mr. Chairperson, esteemed speakers, dear colleagues, before the League of Nations, before the United Nations, parliamentarians come together to create the Inter-Parliamentary Union, laying the groundwork for a rules-based international order rooted in dialogue, cooperation, and mutual accountability. Multilateralism, it is in most enduring form, has always been parliamentary. And yet, the very foundations laid by Kremer and Passy are now eroding. We are witnessing a slow and steady crumbling of the multilateral order, not through a single act of rejection, but through quiet neglect, the weakening of norms, and a steady retreat into national interest. What was once the basis of international cooperation is being chipped away, principle by principle, commitment by commitment. Institutions that upheld dialogue now find themselves questioned, bypassed, or hollowed out. The tenets that guided decades of stability and eroding, not with shock, but with attrition. As parliamentarians, we are deeply familiar with the daily challenge of reconciling difference. We represent competing visions, diverging priorities, and conflicting interests. Yet, we are called to find common ground and to deliver outcomes that serve the whole. No single state, however powerful, can solve the challenge of our time alone. Not on climate, not pandemics, not hunger, not artificial intelligence, not misinformation, not wars of aggression. Durable solutions are never imposed. They are forged through dialogue, built on trust, and sustained through cooperation. International organizations, at their best, provide the space and structure for that cooperation to flourish and provide answers to the complex challenge before us. But the peace we enjoy here in Geneva is in stark contrast with the daily death toll in Kyiv and Gaza. The Portuguese Parliament has repeatedly and massively condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine, a clear violation of international law that undermines the UN Charter and the fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Likewise, lasting peace in the Middle East requires courage and clarity. Yesterday in New York, Portugal has once again underlined the need for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, as well as its unwavering commitment to a two-state solution with the people of Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace. But let us be clear, rebuilding trust in multilateralism also requires that we make it more inclusive. Parliaments have long been the space where change first takes root, where voices previously excluded begin to be heard, and where political will is formed before it is ratified by governments. We cannot speak of democracy, freedom or justice if half of the society is excluded. Portugal has long understood that the defence of dialogue, the rule of law and democratic institutions cannot be confined within national borders. Parliamentary assemblies are beacons. The Portuguese Parliament has consistently placed multilateralism at the heart of its external engagement, even when diplomacy between states trembles. From the previous presidency of the IPU, for the current leadership of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and the support and permanent participation on the Parliamentary Assembly of the Community Portuguese-speaking countries, the Portuguese Parliament has continued to work towards establishing inter-parliamentary dialogue as a core pillar of democratic resilience. These efforts reflect a sustained commitment to building coalitions across regions and ideologies, and to using parliamentary diplomacy to defend democratic values, promote cooperation, and uphold the rule of law. Dear colleagues, what began 136 years ago with two parliamentarians brought today delegations from more than 100 parliaments at a critical moment for the multilateral system. That legacy calls us on to action.
Conclusion, please.
Yes, Mr. President. The last century taught us that when international order strains and falters, it is not the shouts of the few, but the silence of the many that echoes through history, through dialogue and actions that are not abstract but deliberate, not passive but principled, not competitive but collaborative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now the floor is to Madame Antonia Nina Siva, Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Latvia.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished speakers of parliaments of all over the world. This moment presents a significant threat to our way of life, development, and the future for all of us. The humanitarian situation between the countries and because of the conflicts and wars around the world, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, in Africa, is getting worse. Conflicts lead to other conflicts. The situation in Gaza continues to spiral. Immediate action is vital. All hostages taken by Hamas have to be released without any delay. Children, women, and men are killed every day and night, and it is time to end this self-destructive behavior. There is an urgent need to agree to a ceasefire and supply humanitarian aid at scale. Dear colleagues, we are at the crossroads. It gives us a chance to prove that we stand firmly behind our values and freedoms, that we stand bold against terrorists and aggressors. While we are gathered here in this historically beautiful place, Russia intensifies their attacks on Ukraine and its people, and showing no willingness for peace, sending its killing drones and missiles to kill civilians every day. Just tonight, while we are here, They killed 6 innocent people in Kiev and dozens are injured. Incapable of advancing on the ground, they are taking revenge by targeting civilians, residential areas, and civilian infrastructure. Wiping off entire cities from the earth, like Mariupol or Kherson or Volnovakha. Russia commits the crime of aggression right now. Russian army has been recklessly attacking nuclear plants and chemical factories, endangering the lives and well-being of people way beyond the territory of Ukraine. Russia's war has an impact on almost every country that are presented here today. So, would it be the food crisis, or Russia committed ecocide, or their mastered so-called shadow fleet? These days, the war is not taking place only in a physical world, but as well in digital. Social media platforms and various technologies were weaponized to disinform, divide, confuse, antagonize, and also weaken our societies. And Russia won't be allowed to go unpunished. Otherwise, it will try to move further. And make no mistake, Ukraine has many friends and allies, and we saw it here. And we will continue our support till justice will prevail. The Council of Europe has established the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. All war criminals will be punished and will be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The floor now is to Madame Gladys Shweli, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Kenya.
Your Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege to address this esteemed gathering of the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, convened under the auspices of the International Parliamentary Union. I bring warm greetings from the Right Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly of Kenya, Dr. Moses Wetangula, and from the people and the Parliament of Kenya. The theme of this conference could not have been more timely. These are difficult times in global governance as the world grapples with multiple crises, ranging from climate change, health pandemics, to regional and global conflicts. It is increasingly clear that no single nation can face these challenges alone. Kenya has been a strong proponent of parliamentary diplomacy in support of multilateral efforts to find solutions to modern-day challenges. The Kenyan Parliament actively engages in regional and international forums to foster regional peace, stability, and democratic governance. Through the East African Community, the Forum of Parliaments of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, and the Pan-African Parliament, we contribute to the regional integration and conflict resolution efforts within our region. Our Parliament has also supported international initiatives, including the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals and climate adaptation frameworks. And we recently hosted the Africa Climate Summit. We know that we cannot achieve peace, justice, and prosperity in the world if we still continue to compete for the scarce resources. Our Parliament and our government in Kenya has implemented or has made great effort in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. Yesterday, during our session, we were informed that 40% of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals have been achieved. Having been a professor at the university, 40% is a fail. It is a poor grade. And therefore, we call upon each of us and all the member states to step up more efforts to ensure that we achieve these goals, because we cannot have a peaceful world without them. And one casing example is issues of climate action. On the issue of climate action, if we do not implement the polluter must pay principle, then it will remain a pipe dream. We know very well that the global north is responsible for 90% of the pollution that causes climate calamities. Yet, it is the global south that suffers the brunt of climate change, from floods to drought and food insecurity. In Kenya, we are proud to say that we have a program to plant 15 billion trees in 10 years. And also, 92% of our energy is from green sources. That is hydro, geothermal, and solar energy. And we no longer approve the establishment of fossil fuel-generated power anymore in Kenya. Secondly, on issues of education and quality education, Kenya has embarked on an ambitious university funding model where everybody, no matter their socio-economic stage, will be able to access education.
Please conclude.
As I conclude, I also want to say that on the matter of right to housing, under the Sustainable Development Goals, Kenya has been able to implement an ambitious program of having 200,000 affordable housing every year for the next 5 years. And in closing, we must rededicate ourselves to the multilateral system that is more transparent, responsive, and representative. Kenya welcomes the UN80 reform initiatives and is keen on reforms that make the UN more effective and more useful to our world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. الدور الآن للسيد شخوان دلوي نائب رئيس مجلس النواب العراقي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السيادة والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة رؤساء البرلمانات، السلام عليكم. يشرفني أن أشارككم اليوم باسم مجلس النواب العراقي في هذا المؤتمر المهم الذي يجسد روح التعاون البرلماني الدولي المثمر، والذي يؤكد الحاجة المتزايدة إلى الدبلوماسية البرلمانية الفاعلة قائمة على الحوار والتفاهم والمسؤولية المشتركة تجاه التحديات العالمية. إن العراق رغم كل ما واجهه من الحروب وأزمات يبقى حريصاً على أن يكون جزءاً من الحل وليس المشكلة، وصوتاً داعماً للاستقرار والسلام الدائم، وشريكاً استراتيجياً في صياغة مستقبل دولي أكثر عدلاً وتوازناً. لقد أدركنا أن البرلمانات ليس مجرد مؤسسات تشريعية لإقرار القوانين، بل منصات تمثيلية تعكس الصوت الشعوب وهمومهم ومعاناتهم وتطلعاتهم نحو الأمان والتنمية المستدامة. ومن هذا المنطلق نؤمن بأن تفعيل الدبلوماسية البرلمانية لم يعد خياراً، بل ضرورة تفرضها التحديات المعاصرة من أزمات المناخ إلى درجات الفقر والنزوح بسبب الحروب، وصولاً إلى قضايا السيادة الوطنية والأمن الغذائي وحماية حقوق الإنسان. الحضور الكريم، على الرغم من السعي الحكومة العراقية لبسط الأمن والاستقرار، لا يزال السلاح المنفلت والجماعات المسلحة يشكلان تهديدا حقيقيا للأمن الداخلي والسلم المجتمعي. وقد شهدنا في الآونة الأخيرة هجمات إرهابية خطيرة باستخدام مسيرات مفخخة تجاوز عددها العشرات، مسيرة مفخخة استهدفت البنية التحتية والمنشآت النفطية في إقليم كردستان العراق، مما تسبب بتعطيل الإنتاج في عدد من الحقول النفطية، وأثر كذلك بشكل مباشر على الأوضاع الاقتصادية والإنسانية في المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، ما يحدث اليوم من حصار جائر على أهلنا في فلسطين وتجويع الأطفال والنساء وكبار بهذه الطريقة جريمة ضد الإنسانية، وعلى الأمم المتحدة والمجتمع الدولي التدخل الفوري لفك الحصار وإرسال المساعدات الإنسانية عاجلة لإنقاذ أهل غزة. وموقف العراق حكومة وشعبا ثابت وداعم للقضية الفلسطينية وحصول الشعب الفلسطيني على حقوقه المشروعة بشكل منصف وعادل، وإدانة الجرائم المستمرة بحق أبناء شعبنا في فلسطين. كما نطالب مساعدة المجتمع الدولي للوقوف مع العراق في مواجهة التحديات الأمنية، إذ نحن بحاجة إلى الدعم والمساندة لتخفيف من حدة التوتر والحفاظ على الاستقرار وعودة السلام إلى المنطقة. ومن هنا يدعو العراق إلى إنشاء مسارات تنسيقية بين البرلمانات لتبادل الخبرات ومواجهة التحديات المشتركة وتكريس الجهود والتعاون بين البرلمانات. ونأمل أن يكون هذا المؤتمر منصة لتعزيز هذا المسار وبداية حقيقية لعقد شراكات نوعية بين مؤسسات تشريعية. ختاما، نؤكد حرص مجلس النواب العراقي على الانخراط الجاد في كل الجهود والمساعي الرامية لتعزيز الاستقرار في العالم وخدمة الشعوب والقضايا الإنسانية، وجعل صوت البرلمانات أكثر حضوراً وقوة وتأثيراً في الساحة الدولية. وشكراً للجميع على الحسن الاستماع مع فائق بالتقدير والاحترام. شكراً جزيلاً.
شكراً. دور الحديث الآن للسيد أحمد محفوظ مبالة، نائب رئيس المجلس الوطني في موريتانيا.
بسم الله، الحمد لله، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. السيد الرئيس، السادة رؤساء البرلمانات، السادة والسيدات النواب، أود بداية أن أعبر عن شكر الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية وامتنان برلمانها لهذه الفرصة القيمة التي تجمعنا في هذا الفضاء التعددي الذي يعكس إيماننا الجماعي بالتحديات العابرة للحدود التي تستدعي حلولا قائمة على التعاون والانفتاح والحوار. إن العالم اليوم يمر بمرحلة دقيقة تتسم بتصاعد التوترات وازدياد مظاهر عدم الاستقرار، في وقت تتزايد فيه الحاجة إلى دور برلماني نشط ومؤثر يعلي من صوت الشعوب ويرسخ ثقافة التوازن والمسؤولية ويسهم في بناء الثقة بين المجتمعات ومؤسسات الحكم. وإذ نؤمن في موريتانيا بأهمية التعاون البرلماني متعدد الأطراف، فإننا نرى أن هذا التعاون ينبغي أن يبنى على أسس من العدالة والاحترام المتبادل، وأن يكون هدفه الأسمى هو تحقيق السلام الدائم لا عبر موازين القوة، بل من خلال ترسيخ القيم الإنسانية المشتركة، وفي مقدمتها الإنصاف ورفض الظلم بكافة أشكاله. السيدات والسادة، إننا في هذا المحفل البرلماني لا يمكن أن نغض الطرف عن المأساة الإنسانية التي يعيشها سكان غزة، والذين يواجهون ظروفاً إنسانية بالغة القسوة من حصار وتجويع ودمار شامل ومحاولات للتهجير من طرف المحتل الإسرائيلي يعبر عن كارثة غير مسبوقة. إننا نناشد بهذا المنبر جميع البرلمانات الوطنية والإقليمية والمؤسسات الدولية المعنية إلى التحرك العاجل من أجل وقف معاناة أهل غزة وضمان احترام القانون الدولي الإنساني وتوفير الحماية للمواطنين الأبرياء نساء وأطفالا. ليس من المقبول أن تتكرر المآسي دون مساءلة، وأن تغيب القيم التي نتمسك بها جميعا في ميثاق الأمم المتحدة وفي مواثيق حقوق الإنسان. السيد الرئيس، السادة والسيدات، إن تحقيق السلام العالمي يبدأ بتحقيق العدالة، وإن ضمان الاستقرار المستدام يتطلب معالجة جذور الظلم والإنصات لصوت المظلوم، لا الاكتفاء بإدارة الأزمات. فليكن هذا المؤتمر خطوة متقدمة نحو عالم أكثر توازناً، أكثر تضامناً، أكثر إنسانية. شكراً لكم.
شكراً جزيلاً. Now the floor is to Mr. Carlos Núñez Salinas, alternate President of the Latin American and the Caribbean Parliament.
Apreciados colegas, un mundo en crisis, la denominación de este debate es muy sugerente y no podría ser más cercano a la realidad. Estamos experimentando un conjunto de eventos como conflictos armados, cambio climático, desigualdades estructurales, retrocesos democráticos que afectan no solo a las regiones directamente involucradas, sino también al resto del planeta. A pesar de que América Latina no es un escenario directo de guerras internacionales, no está exenta de las consecuencias de los conflictos globales. Las guerras en Ucrania o en Medio Oriente han generado impactos significativos en las economías latinoamericanas. El aumento en los precios de los alimentos y el combustible, mayores presiones inflacionarias, dificultades para acceder a las cadenas globales de suministro, el desplazamiento forzado a escala mundial son solo algunas de las consecuencias de estos conflictos armados. Esta crisis mundial socava el proceso de desarrollo de América Latina enfrentándolo a nuevos desafíos geopolíticos. Pero desde hace varias décadas los conflictos no solo son bélicos, también existen los problemas derivados del bloqueo comercial, un instrumento impulsado por grandes potencias económicas. Este bloqueo afecta significativamente a América Latina y el Caribe al restringir el acceso a mercados clave, encarecer bienes esenciales y limitar las oportunidades de inversión y desarrollo tecnológico. El ejemplo más resonado es el embargo económico-financiero impuesto por Estados Unidos a Cuba, que no solo ha tenido consecuencias humanitarias y económicas directas en la isla, sino que también ha condicionado relaciones comerciales de otros países latinoamericanos que desean mantener vínculo con ambas partes. Las sanciones y restricciones unilaterales impuestas en el marco de las disputas geopolíticas globales generan efectos indirectos en nuestra región, afectan a los precios internacionales, a las cadenas y a los condicionamientos de financiamiento. En contexto, América Latina se ve obligado a buscar mayor autonomía económica y de diversificación comercial para reducir su vulnerabilidad frente a las tensiones externas. La cooperación parlamentaria y el multilateralismo se presenta como herramienta fundamental para construir una arquitectura global más justa, pacífica y solidaria. Los parlamentos, como órganos representativos de la voluntad popular, tienen el deber de asumir el rol activo en la defensa de la paz, la democracia y la promoción de la justicia social. Desde el Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño, creemos que la diplomacia parlamentaria puede convertirse en una herramienta promotora de paz y defensora de un orden mundial más equitativo. En este sentido, proponemos fortalecer los lazos de cooperación con los parlamentos y fortalecer en todas las regiones del mundo para avanzar a soluciones comunes. La prosperidad y el desarrollo inclusivo no pueden ser concebidos sin justicia y la justicia no puede florecer sin paz. En tiempos de crisis tenemos la responsabilidad de tender puentes, promover el diálogo y legislar con visión global. Solo a través del multilateralismo efectivo y una cooperación parlamentaria activa, podremos construir un mundo donde la dignidad humana sea el centro de todas las decisiones políticas. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The floor now is to Mr. Mardani Ali Sera, Chair of the Committee of the International Parliamentary Cooperation of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished chairs, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia believes that parliaments must stand as stabilizers of democracy and accelerators of justice. Through global and regional forums, we consistently share best practices on good governance, strong institutions, disaster resilience, and SDGs alignment. We prioritize mutual learning and solidarity too, particularly among developing nations. Excellencies, we are living in a complex, multipolar world where no single power can dictate outcomes. Parliaments must work together to strengthen fair and inclusive multilateralism that reflects the need of both developed and developing countries. Indonesia's support to reform of global governance to ensure it is more democratic, equitable, and representative. Multilateralism must listen as much as it legislates. Excellency, climate disruption is a key challenge that undermines both security and development. Indonesia advocates for equitable and sustainable access to climate financing, ensuring that no nation is left behind in the transition to low carbon and resilient futures. We are not in climate change. We do have climate crisis. That's why Parliament must exercise oversight, ensuring that climate justice, resilient building, and shared prosperity remain at the center of policymaking. Excellency, Parliament must not remain digital spectators. Indonesia supports the creation of inter-parliamentary collaboration on ethical AI to ensure rights and protect it during digital transitions. We are advancing domestic laws on data protection and cybersecurity and call on IPU members to work together on cross-border digital governance that is inclusive, fair, and right-based. Excellency, Indonesia remains a strong advocate for South-South and triangular cooperation, a key avenue for peer learning, knowledge transfer, and inclusive development. We contribute to dialogue on sustainable financing, gender equality, and SDGs monitoring, ensuring that voice of the Global South shape international parliamentary cooperation. Before I conclude, I would like to reaffirm Indonesia's steadfast support for Palestinian independence, based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. We call for an end to the atrocity committed by Israel in Gaza and in Palestine, demand the adhere to international law, and thank brotherly nations for their consistent solidarity with Palestine, an inspiring reflection of shared commitment to justice and peace. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear colleagues, we have two video messages received from the heads of delegations. We start with Madame Dunya Guzel Akmu Hamudovina Gulmanova. Chairwoman of the Assembly of Turkmenistan.
Здравствуйте, госпожа президент Туля Аксен. Здравствуйте, дамы и господа. Прежде всего хочу пожелать успехов в работе 6-й Всемирной конференции спикеров парламентов и выразить признательность за возможность выступить через видеообращение. Уважаемые участники саммита, Туркменистан – государство трижды признанное Генеральной Ассамблеей Организации Объединенных Наций статусом постоянного нейтралитета, интегрируясь в мировое политическое, экономическое, правовое пространство, осуществляет деятельность, направленную на благо всего человечества. Туркменистан активно продвигает повестку дня, основывающуюся на принципах мира, развития и сотрудничества на глобальном и региональном уровне, продвигает конкретные предложения по решению ряда различных международных вопросов. По инициативе Туркменистана были приняты ряд резолюций Организации Объединенных Наций в области создания транспортных транзитных коридоров энергоносителей, а также значимость диалога и принципов нейтралитета в достижении мира, безопасности и взаимного доверия. Принятие резолюции Генеральной Ассамблеи Организации Объединенных Наций 2025 год, Международный год мира и доверия, по инициативе нашей страны демонстрирует широкую поддержку в мире, которая обрела миролюбивую политику нашего государства. Уважаемые дамы и господа, благодаря гуманной политике, проводимой уважаемым президентом Туркменистана, в стране успешно реализуется национальная программа социально-экономическому развитию. На основе данной программы продвигается надлежащая деятельность в области развития науки и образования, цифровой экономики, сельского хозяйства, предпринимательства, совершенствования систем здравоохранения, спорта, культуры и туризма, охраны окружающей среды. Это, в свою очередь, оказывает позитивное влияние на последовательное повышение экономического развития страны и улучшение жилищно-бытовых условий жизни населения. Меджлис Туркменистана проводит работу в связи с поддержкой гуманной внутренней и внешней политики нашей страны, современного обеспечения договорно-правовых основ межгосударственных отношений и сотрудничества. Меджлис Туркменистана активно сотрудничает с Межпарламентским союзом, Парламентской ассамблеей Организации по безопасности и сотрудничеству в Европе, Парламентской ассамблеей государств-участников сотрудничества независимых государств. Также мы организовываем различные конференции в формате Центральной Азии+, в том числе встречи руководителей парламентов стран, входящих в группу друзей нейтралитета, созданной Генеральной Ассамблеей Организации Объединенных Наций. В данных платформах обсуждаются региональные и глобальные вопросы, реализация принятых по ним решений, изучаются позитивные предложения и практики. Такие мероприятия повышают возможности для укрепления мира и доверия между странами посредством парламентской дипломатии, развития традиционных дружественных и партнерских отношений, продвижения культуры мира и доверия и объединения усилий парламентов в данном направлении. Хочу подчеркнуть, что мы и впредь готовы к сотрудничеству в области укрепления межгосударственных отношений и обеспечения мира и устойчивого развития на глобальном уровне. Уважаемые участники конференции, в нашей стране проводятся мероприятия различного уровня по случаю объявления 2025 года Международным годом мира и доверия и 30-летием годовщины постоянного нейтралитета Туркменистана. Пользуясь случаем, приглашаю вас принять участие в данных мероприятиях в качестве уважаемых гостей. Пользуясь возможностью, желаю вам крепкого здоровья, успехов в проводимой деятельности, процветания и развития вашим странам. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you so much. The second and the last video is from Madame Licia Ronzoli, Vice President of the Italian Senate.
Presidente, cari colleghi, è con grande onore che porto il saluto del Parlamento italiano ai partecipanti della 6ª Conferenza Mondiale dei Presidenti di Parlamento. Questo prestigioso incontro costituisce un'importante opportunità di confronto in un contesto globale dove le sfide richiedono un rinnovato impegno collettivo verso la pace, la sicurezza, lo sviluppo sostenibile e la protezione dei diritti fondamentali. In un momento storico segnato da crisi drammatiche in numerose regioni del mondo, dall'Ucraina al Medio Oriente, riaffermiamo il nostro dovere di difendere la pace, la legalità internazionale e la dignità umana. I parlamenti rappresentano la volontà popolare ed è attraverso il dialogo che possiamo costruire soluzioni politiche durature. Il contributo dei parlamenti è cruciale per garantire che i processi decisionali siano permeati da principi di trasparenza, partecipazione e responsabilità. E in questa luce il rafforzamento del ruolo delle donne e dei giovani nei parlamenti, la protezione delle persone vulnerabili e la regolamentazione delle trasformazioni digitali rappresentano ambiti prioritari della nostra azione legislativa. In un contesto in cui il numero di conflitti è in aumento con vittime come bambini e donne, la cooperazione parlamentare gioca un ruolo essenziale nella salvaguardia e nel rafforzamento del diritto internazionale, fondamentale per la prevenzione della risoluzione dei conflitti. Il nostro operato come legislatore deve sempre orientarsi verso la protezione delle future generazioni ed è per questo che è cruciale dare seguito agli impegni previsti del Patto per il futuro delle Nazioni Unite. Ricordo con orgoglio che nel 2022 il Parlamento italiano ha apportato una modifica alla propria Carta Costituzionale, integrando nel testo dei principi fondamentali il riferimento all'interesse delle generazioni future. Questa innovazione non è puramente formale, ma rappresenta una chiara volontà di mettere al centro il nostro operato, i giovani e il loro avvenire. Concludo sottolineando come sia cruciale, come evidenziato nella dichiarazione finale, basare le decisioni politiche su dati concreti e verità scientifiche. Il Parlamento italiano è da tempo impegnato nello sviluppo di processi decisionali fondati su dati certi, per creare politiche meglio informate e scelte più consapevoli per i cittadini. Ritengo fermamente che questa sia la strada da seguire per costruire un futuro migliore e rafforzare la fiducia dei cittadini nelle nostre istituzioni democratiche. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, this concludes our general debate of the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. I encourage you to stay in the room as we will continue in just a moment with the interactive debate with major stakeholders. I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can everyone hear me? Wonderful. So we're going to get started. If you can please take your seats. Good morning and welcome. My name is Hiba Ali, and I will be your moderator for this interactive session. The World Conference of Speakers of Parliament has made a strong call to strengthen multilateralism, and arguably a more inclusive multilateralism is a stronger multilateralism. And so that's what we'll be talking about today. The term networked multilateralism has become quite popular in recent years, but the idea of a networked UN can be traced back to the 2000 Millennium Declaration and its acknowledgement that in a globalized world in which power is more dispersed and no longer exclusively held by governments, the UN needs to interact more closely with stakeholders such as parliaments, civil society, and business and academia. The idea that a networked UN could be more open to views of external actors and better able to mobilize their energies in carrying forward the agenda for peace, development, and human rights. This idea got a boost in 2021 from the Our Common Agenda report of the UN Secretary General, in which he laid out a vision for a more networked international cooperation landscape. And then last September, the UN General Assembly adopted the Pact for the Future, in which member states committed to, quote, ensure that relevant stakeholders can meaningfully participate in relevant UN processes and that member states can have access to the views and expertise of those partners. In particular, member states are to, quote, deepen UN engagement with national parliaments in UN intergovernmental bodies and processes. We are at a moment in the world in which some companies have more power than states, when people power can be more effective in driving change than national policy, and so it begs the question whether the UN should be a purely intergovernmental body in that context. And as the IPU has long argued, parliaments have a unique role to play in multilateralism. They can bring the voice of the people to bear on UN decision-making. They can hold governments accountable for their UN commitments. They can build political support among the world's citizens for a strong, effective, and reformed UN. And they can facilitate the implementation of UN agreements through enabling legislation and budget allocations. So in this special interactive debate of the Speakers' Conference, we've brought together representatives from civil society, business, the UN, academia, and of course the IPU to explore how a more inclusive and networked form of global governance can make multilateralism more effective, and to examine the implications and challenges of this approach. The hope is that after this session, you go home and talk to your parliaments about how to give life to this commitment that governments have made to stakeholder engagement and how to deepen the role of parliaments in intergovernmental processes at the UN. So today we are joined by people with years of experience, some of whom have driven initiatives behind the scenes often and sometimes in partnership with you all and parliaments around the world that have been extremely influential in shaping multilateral decisions. First, you'll see on the left, or on my left, Martin Chungong, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, who I'm sure you're all very familiar with. On this side, we have Beata Andries, Assistant Director General of the International Labour Organization. Back next to Martin is Corinne Momel-Vagnan, Executive Director of the Kofi Annan Foundation, bringing the voice of civil society. We're just playing a bit of ping pong. Over here we have Helena Wasserman, the co-founder of Investors for Climate, which is a global network of more than 400 climate investors, as well as co-founder of Unstoppable, which equips early-stage founders with strategies to raise capital, so bringing the business perspective. And then we have two leading thinkers on these questions. To Helena's left, Professor Thomas Bierstaker, who is an honorary professor of international relations at the Geneva Graduate Institute and a senior fellow with the UN University Center for Policy Research, recently published a book about transnational initiatives and informal governance. And on the far end, Mr. Jonathan Granoff, a disarmament expert and president of the Global Security Institute, which works to strengthen international cooperation and security based on the rule of law. So I'm going to kick off by asking all of them to reflect on one key question that I think we need to answer this morning. There have been so many new instruments and processes set up at the UN to bring in a wider range of voices. For example, in 2015, a youth forum was created at the UN Economic and Social Council. A science and technology forum was set up for academia and business to talk about things like AI. We've seen that in major UN conferences, there are now preparatory processes that almost inevitably include a multi-stakeholder hearing with major groups. Parliamentarians have delegations at the UN. There's an annual parliamentary hearing with the President of the General Assembly, and so on and so forth. So there are open doors now. But once you're inside the room, what happens? Are these actors making a difference? Are their voices actually heard and accounted for in the outcomes of the UN? Because if that's not happening, then what are you all here for? So my question to all of you is, are non-state partners merely providing input to global governance processes? And if so, how can they actually begin influencing outcomes? So I'll just open the floor to whoever might be willing to tackle that first. Jonathan, please.
Thank you. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Guterres, has highlighted the importance of human security to address freedom from fear, freedom from want, and the freedom to live in dignity. An example of a role of a civil society organization working with the United Nations and with civil society organizations in business and nations would be the World Academy of Art and Science, which created a program in partnership with the UN Human Security Trust to advance the concept of human security as far and wide as we possibly could. I'm a trustee and a fellow of the World Academy, which was founded by Albert Einstein, Bertrand Russell, Robert Oppenheimer, to address the dangers of science and technology arising from the nuclear bomb. So the World Academy developed a program, and we then partnered with the Consumer Technology Association, which hosts a conference in Las Vegas every year. The last one they had over 135,000 participants, 60% of the Fortune 500 companies, over 1,000 speakers, 4,300 exhibits. It is simply the largest technology and business conference in the world ever. And the central theme of that conference was human security. Awards were given to companies that have technologies that reduce the use of fossil fuel, create less pesticide use, that enhance the lives of people and have the criteria of human security. So this is an example of a civil society organization working directly with the United Nations to upgrade a concept that's necessary for a sustainable future. There are other examples that I could give. For example, the Middle Powers Initiative, which was an initiative of 8 international NGOs working together with middle power countries for over a decade to bridge the gap between the maximalist demands of many countries, which I think is morally correct, for the immediate abolition of nuclear weapons, and the intransigence of the nuclear weapon states to fulfill their legal obligation to negotiate disarmament. Well, that organization, we had 3 conferences with President Carter at the Carter Center, had over 30 nations participating. Middle power countries were able to profoundly influence the nuclear non-proliferation treaty agenda. And that work was done in conjunction with civil society organizations working as a network. So there are many examples of how civil society organizations can amplify the interests of member states and the United Nations system. Last but not least, the Inter-Parliamentary Union has a fantastic pamphlet on this subject created in conjunction with the World Academy of Art and Science called Human Security and Common Security to Build Peace. I urge all members of IPU to use this great pamphlet to advance human security. Thank you.
So you would argue that civil society organizations are already able to actually influence outcomes and not just provide kind of tokenistic input.
And have been since the beginning of the United Nations. That's why That's why at the very creation of the United Nations, civil society organizations have had a place. In fact, I represent the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates, which has consultative status with ECOSOC. So there are thousands of organizations that have been part of the UN system since its inception, because diplomats have to represent their nation state. Civil society organizations can look at the benefit to the whole of humanity. We're not bound by the concerns only of a nation or a constituency that elects parliamentarians. We can have a perspective that's appropriate for the 21st century, where so many threats to human security are global in nature. So it's essential to have the voices of civil society.
I think many of those with ECOSOC status would argue that the bar for entry is still quite high, that there are quite a number of barriers in terms of meaningful participation, but good to hear a more optimistic view. I see Corinne nodding vigorously, so I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Heba. And yes, I just wanted to nuance a little bit what Jonathan has said, because indeed there has been influence from non-state actors from the start of the UN, but I think there was a big moment, and you alluded to it, Heba, 25 years ago during Kofi Annan's mandate for opening the United Nations much more widely to civil society actors, to the business sector, to media, to scholars. And I really think there was a before and after. And the advantage of being old and having worked a very long time with the UN is that I was witness to this before and after. And of course, Kofi Annan launched the Global Compact with business in Davos. There was a big report. He established a high-level panel that was headed by President Cardoso, and published a report called We the People. So there was really emphasis on going back to the first words of the Charter, We the People, and moving a little bit away from the exclusive role of member states. There was much more access for the media, and there was also support for lots of hybrid initiatives, for multi-stakeholder initiatives, particularly here in Geneva, where we have, for instance, the Global Fund that was created during Kofi Annan's time, and that had a uniquely innovative governance in those days, with participation from civil society and diverse actors. So for me, there's clearly influence in the last 20 years. Not only the participation, but also the influence of civil society has really increased. However, the paradox, Heba, is that today, surveys show that people feel that the UN in particular, but all the multilateral world, is very disconnected from them. So the paradox is that I think there's never been as much participation, but there's never been as much feeling that actually this participation is not enough. There was a very interesting UNICEF survey last year of young people, and 80% of the young people surveyed around the world said that their participation in UN processes was very tokenistic. So I think there's this tension, there is more participation, there is actually more influence, maybe on some issues more than others, status of women, climate change, etc. But at the same time, there is this discontent, and there is also significant pushback from some member states in the last few years against civil society, and I'm happy to come back to that later. Thank you.
I'm not ignoring this side of the panel, but I see Martin has put up his hand, so over to you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Heba. Maybe you want to complete the cycle on this side and then go to that side. But thank you for this conversation. I agree that civil society engagement with global processes has produced a mixed picture, but at least there has been an effort to reach out to civil society, which is one of the non-state actors, right? There may be others. I don't know where the scientific community falls, but we need to have a broad view of non-state actors. But the question, I feel a bit uncomfortable answering this question because I should be the one putting this question to non-state actors. How can they more effectively influence outcomes? Because the parliaments that we represent here cannot be categorized as non-state actors. They are fully state actors, and so they are the target of influence by those non-state actors. But then we also have to maybe nuance our question. Is it influencing outcomes or making outcomes better and more legitimate? And I say this because there is a lot of mistrust between state actors and non-state actors at the national level. We need to clarify that mistrust. It is one of complementarity that we're talking about, making outcomes more legitimate and more representative and inclusive that we're talking about. And when you're talking of parliaments, I think that it is important for those non-state actors to be in a dialogue with the decision makers, the policy makers, parliamentarians, for example, bring their expertise to bear on the processes in Parliament, engage in that conversation with Parliament so as to make the outcomes better and more representative of the views of the people. So I think that there are examples of how non-state actors have been working with parliaments. I look at the national human rights institutions in countries. I think there has been evidence that fruitful cooperation has taken place between the two because they have a shared agenda, that of promoting human rights, representing the rights of the people. So I just wanted to say that, yes, it's a good thing to have that conversation at the global level. It's taking place, but not as fully as we would expect. But it is even more important to have that conversation at the national level where decisions are being made to follow up on global outcomes. And that is where I think that should be a relationship between stakeholders, the non-state stakeholders, and those decision makers that represent the state. And in this case, we are looking at parliaments. And so it's one of collaboration, one of contributing to outcomes rather than saying that you are influencing outcomes, which many policymakers don't like.
Very well, point very well taken, Martin. Thank you. And I think you know, the theory of change has to be not participation for participation's sake, but because it leads to more democratic decision-making, because it leads to decisions that are more effective in addressing people's needs, and because hopefully it helps also raise the level of ambition in global governance processes when you have that kind of involvement. So we want better decisions, not just decisions that have been influenced. On this side of the table, thoughts on that question as to the degree to which non-state actors are meaningfully influencing multilateral processes and how to shift from kind of feedback to contributing, as Martin says, to better outcomes. Beata.
Well, first of all, Heba, my short answer to your question is yes, they are providing input, but they are also part of the outcome, and I will give some examples in my intervention. But first, I want to convey also warm greetings from the ILO's Director General, Gilbert Rombaud, to you, Secretary General, Mr. Jongon, but also to all of you, speakers of parliaments, members of parliaments. I think the ILO and the IPU share a very long history, and we have also in recent years reinforced our collaboration. And both of our organizations really have been at the forefront historically and today, I believe, at this networked global governance model. Now, let me share a few examples from the ILO. And as you know, the ILO has been set up after the First World War as a tripartite organization in which workers and employers organizations have the same say as government over the outcomes. So they provide the input, but they're also part of the outcome. They vote on each single convention that is adopted by the International Labour Conference. And by the way, those conventions then are submitted to parliaments for ratification. You see also here a very interesting circle of input and output. But of course, the world is changing, and ever more so, ever faster. We are dealing with very complex crises today, with major transitions in the world of work, digitalization, the green economy, demographic change, just to name a few. So there has been a lot of debate also within the ILO how to increase the outreach to non-state actors. Again, just reaffirming that workers and employers organizations are the most representative organizations still today, despite many changes also in their membership, but still today, of the actors in the world of work. So we firmly believe in the continued validity of that tripartite decision-making model. However, many of the challenges we deal with today touch on the world of work, but go beyond the world of work. And therefore we need a dialogue with other actors. And a recent initiative that was launched by our Director General in preparation also of the Global Summit on Social Development, which will take place in Qatar and Doha later this year, we set up a global coalition for social justice, renewing also the social contract, strengthen the social cohesion of our societies, focused on the world of work, but as I said, also going beyond. And in that global coalition, we now bring together more than 370 actors from government, but also from academia, from civil society organizations. And we hope that this coalition will not only shape the outcome of the summit, which of course essentially is being negotiated by states, but will also play a role in the implementation of the outcome later on. So in short, I really think it's important to preserve the models of network governance we already have, but then also think beyond and be innovative to adapt to the new challenges we face.
Can I follow up with you, Beata, just in your assessment of whether the model that the ILO has, in which non-government parties actually have decision-making power, is realistic more broadly within the UN system?
That is a very good question, Hiba. And indeed, when the Secretary General launched the debate on the common agenda, some of you may remember this on the eve of the COVID pandemic, there was really this thinking, okay, what are the existing models? And could there be lessons learned, or could we take some of this on board? Of course, you know, as I said, from the ILO perspective, we believe that the existing national committees, as well as regional and global tripartite committees that we have, their focus is on the world of work, on labor relations, but they can also play a role in other topics which touch on the world of work. Like I said, climate change and the need for a just transition, yeah, for workers in the energy sector, just to give an example. So I think we have to be innovative. We have to think of how we can already better use the existing models. I think that's the first thing to start with. Better use those tripartite committees where they exist, and they exist in most countries. Make sure that their participants are really democratically elected and representative of workers and employers organizations. And then see what could be transferable to other topics in the UN system. But I leave this to maybe to the other speakers. I'm sure they have ideas on that.
Maybe we can leave my mic on and I'll just not speak, and that way we can avoid the delays. Helen, I saw you had your hand up, and then we'll finish with you, Thomas.
Can you hear me? Wonderful. So we touched on climate change. I thought it was my time to step in. Wonderful to be here. I represent a collective of 400 climate investors, and as you know, with the election of President Trump, the industry has been suffering tremendously. It's been very difficult to raise capital, to scale companies. So it's really an opportunity for other governments to really step in at this moment in time, because we're really seeing, you know, those 400 investors that represent 50 billion in capital under asset management really suffering and having a very difficult time at this moment. That being said, I wanted to give an example where I've actually seen input influencing outcomes in a very positive way. So there's a company called Notpla, which provides seaweed packaging. They say it's disappearing packaging because it's replacing plastic packaging. And this company was initially funded by Prince William's Foundation, the Earthshot Prize, with a $1 million donation. And shortly after, we presented it to our network of investors. And shortly after, the Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund, Temasek, backed Notpla with $25 million. And as you know, this is an example of government, the government of Singapore, really stepping in after the leadership of a very influential foundation like the Earthshot Prize, where we can see tangible results of significant capital being moved to eradicate plastic packaging. So, you know, I call for more leadership from Parliament and government, seeing there's places like Singapore where we've seen this happen positively firsthand. And I would also like to say that most people moving the needle, like Jonathan reminded us, they're not at the UN today, right? They are leading from behind. And those are the people that actually make all these deals and build these companies on the ground.
There you go.
All right, let me come in on this very interesting first set of interventions. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel. I suppose I'm the representative of the scholarly world, from academia, from the Graduate Institute in Geneva here. But I would like to make a couple of observations. First about the potential, or the existing mistrust between governments and non-state actors. I would posit that many global problems cannot actually be solved or addressed without the engagement of non-state actors. And I'm thinking here of firms, of scholars, of NGO activists who have a store of expertise on issues and a technical knowledge that can provide, and I think this is important to emphasize, impartial expertise on different issues, particularly in an era when increasingly we're finding a growing politicization of science and scientific knowledge. Now, scholars have not only participated in what I'll refer to later as transnational policy networks of expertise, but scholars have also studied their own engagement and involvement and the involvement of non-state actors. There's a large research project out of University of Stockholm, headed by Jonas Tallberg a few years ago, that focused on looking at the significant growth of access of non-state actors to international organizations in terms of the opportunity to present their views in formal sessions. I'll posit later, though, I think that perhaps it's the informal engagements that's much more important. But let me just conclude by providing a couple of illustrations of where non-state actors participate in what Ken Abbott and I term transgovernmental initiatives. And these are locations not just for presenting views in an international forum and participating in issue framing or agenda setting, but actually participate in monitoring and even enforcement. And I'll give three examples. One would be the ICOCA, which is focused on regulation of private military and security companies, whose headquarters is based here. It's a tripartite arrangement with states, with firms, and non-governmental organizations that provide certification. Many of you are probably familiar with the Kimberley process, also a tripartite model, not directly after the ILO, but also a similar kind of multi-stakeholder arrangement. Or the EITI that Kofi Annan was so much associated with, the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. All of these mechanisms involve not just presentation of ideas or evidence, but also participate in monitoring and enforcement activities. Thank you.
Maybe I can stay with you, Thomas, and just dig into those examples that you shared a little bit more. What lessons can we draw from them, both in terms of what worked and what didn't, that again, if we tried to move towards this kind of an inclusive model more broadly within the UN system, that we could learn from?
Well, I suppose let me give the local example of the ICOCA, which focuses on private military security companies. This was a growing problem, a political problem, and raising serious questions about sovereignty and the authority of states when private military or security companies were acting perhaps on behalf of, but independently of, and therefore much less accountable. And what's interesting to me as a scholar studying international organizations and multilateralism is the way in which the governance structure of the ICOCA itself was established. And it's a tripartite arrangement that ensures that no two actors can gang up on the third before they provide certification for these companies. So it's actually, even their voting system is structured in a way that you can't have an alliance of two of the NGOs without states. So it's a way of ensuring that states remain present and active, but in their certification processes, they actually make decisions, and some governments about the certification of a set of standards for private military security companies, and some governments have declared that they would not hire or engage companies that were not certified by the ICOCA. So here's an example, I think a constructive example of a problem, a global problem, and a rather creative solution that involves both public and private sector. Thanks.
We've spoken a fair bit about the role of civil society or business in influencing multilateral outcomes, but Martin, at the beginning you made clear that this is a very specific audience here today of parliamentary speakers who are state actors in a certain manner, even if they're not necessarily representing the government in power. So I wonder what you see as the role of parliaments in all this more specifically. And I lead in my own work a coalition of civil society organizations that are mobilizing member states to rewrite the UN Charter. And part of the goal of that, or one of the possible outcomes of a charter review process, is to open up the UN more effectively, and including the possibility of the establishment of a UN Parliamentary Assembly. So curious your thoughts on that, whether you know, what are the prospects and pitfalls of that as part of a potentially revised UN architecture, and the extent to which we would need to go that length to really meaningfully engage parliaments?
Thank you very much, Heber. I think that we have to be lucid and realistic in knowing that when it comes to international governance, when it comes to these multilateral institutions such as the United Nations, the power still lies with the representatives of government. And I think that is very consistent with our traditional thinking of international law. It is governments that are tasked with the responsibility of negotiating and concluding agreements and treaties in general. So there, any involvement of non-state actors would be to provide expertise, as Thomas said, informed expertise, information to the representatives of government so that those outcomes are more legitimate. One, talking about the Parliamentary Assembly of the United Nations, this idea has been mooted for years, for as long as I can remember, and it hasn't really prospered because one, many people, member states in particular, are worried about creating a structure that will come and breathe down the throats of governmental representatives, just like they do at the national level. And so they don't want that. On the other hand, parliaments don't feel that they should create a structure within the United Nations that will be subservient to the governmental representatives, whereas in the national scheme of things, it is Parliament that has supremacy over the government. Am I mistaken, Angela, from South Africa? No. So there is that disconnect in thinking. People think that a parliamentary assembly would help improve upon the process. Yes, it may improve upon transparency and transparency and accountability. But when it comes to effective outcomes, I doubt. It took, I don't know how many decades for the European Parliament to acquire those powers that they have today to oversee the European Union. And the Pan-African Parliament is struggling to wrest legislative power from the African Union. and it's happening everywhere. So what has been mooted, and that's the position that the IPU supports, is to strengthen institutions that are representative of parliaments globally, so that those parliaments can mobilize, those institutions can mobilize parliaments to provide inputs into global governance and also give reality to the outcomes of governance at the national level. Because at the end of the day, we have all said those outcomes land on the table of parliaments for ratification and resourcing. So for me, I think that the Parliamentary Assembly of the United Nations is a non-starter as far as the IP is concerned. I would like for us to lay more emphasis on collaboration between parliaments to make them stronger and better able to implement outcomes from the United Nations, rather than going to the United Nations to fight for power with the governmental representatives.
It's my duty to those who advocate for a parliamentary assembly to nuance that. I think the vision, there are multiple visions that could address some of the concerns that you've raised, but very interesting to hear them. Corinne, Martin talked about the challenge of transparency and accountability, and that's a challenge more broadly when it comes to including various voices in UN decision making. And let me just detail a little bit what I mean when it comes to efficiency. It's already hard enough to get agreement among states, as we've seen in recent months. And are we making the UN more efficient or weighing the system down when we open that up even further? And some could argue we would move much faster without a cacophony of voices. If you look at coherence, even within the civil society community, there are very widely ranging views. And so how do you unite, how do you have a united position? And then on accountability, I think member states would rightly ask, who are non-state actors accountable to? So how do you see inclusion kind of balancing against these other principles that are equally important?
Well, it's true that a lot of people often see a dichotomy between efficiency of policymaking and inclusion, and that a lot of member states are pushing back against non-state actors having a bigger role by saying, indeed, it's going to make our multilateral processes even more unwieldy. And some people look at what happens at the climate change COPs with now 20,000, 30,000 representatives, people coming to these COPs that have become very chaotic in some ways. And so there is some pushback. I'm going to say that efficiency was never the goal of the United Nations. And I'm going to use an anecdote. It is known that the Russian foreign minister, who was then ambassador to the UN, Sergei Lavrov, once chastised Kofi Annan because he said that the UN could not deliver a certain report in a week that was asked for, and how come the UN couldn't deliver this report in a week when God had created the world in 6 days? And of course, Kofi Annan said, well, God did not have to deal with many committees and 193 member states. So I don't think the point is being efficient. The point is better outcomes. And look at Swiss democracy, which is sometimes maddeningly slow, but they definitely yield very good outcomes in terms of Human Development Index. And I can't say this because I am not Swiss. But so the inclusion of including many voices will always make for better outcomes and will, in fact, often mean more efficient and effective processes. So I just wanted to say this. However, what is true, I think, is that the way that the UN in particular, but many multilateral organizations and regional, EU, AU, etc., have included voices of civil society has not been optimal. And in particular, it's known that it's very difficult for NGOs from the Global South to participate effectively for reasons of capacity, for reasons, you mentioned the many administrative hurdles that you have to, the hoops that you have to jump through to obtain a consultative status, for instance, at the UN, or obtain participation in any conference, but also the cost of doing so, of course. But also, it is true that there is a lack of transparency. It's well known in Geneva that probably 80% of the NGOs that participate in the work of the Human Rights Council are what is known as GONGOs, so government-organized NGOs, so not really NGOs at all, not very independent, but secretly representing the interests of certain governments. So the problem is not whether we should include voices, but what voices we include and how we do it in a way that really makes the outcomes as good as possible. Thank you.
I want to pick up on that with you, Beata, because you know, it's not only the fact that there's a range of voices and that it might lead to slower processes, but also that those voices will not always agree. And in particular, I think civil society and the private sector will often find themselves on opposite sides of a debate, and we can look at the ongoing negotiations towards a plastic treaty as a good example of that. And so curious how you grapple with that at the ILO, given that I assume workers and employers often also have come to the table with very different views. You know, does that divergence kind of weaken the position of non-state actors, and how can you best distill those divergent views into something coherent?
Yeah, thank you so much. I was also listening carefully to what Corinne just said. I mean, in the ILO, when you start engaging with the ILO, you very quickly acquire a very patient and listening mode and understanding, and of course always hoping that there will be a consensus, not a vote. Unfortunately, we've seen more votes in recent years. But yes, time, patience, efficiency, those are things that we sometimes have to put aside. And I fully agree with what Corinne said, and it's really the experience of the more than 100 years of history of the ILO. Once you've gone through this sometimes painful process of discussion and negotiation and dialogue, the outcome is much stronger. And is also in our sphere of influence really anchored in the real experience of workers and businesses who have to deal with the implementation. So I very much sympathize with that approach. I think we need to better maybe communicate why things take time and what the outcome really is. But I think it's absolutely essential to take that time to come to a shared understanding, not just because we all come from different parts of the world, our economies are of very different natures, but also because of our diversity in terms of our working lives. And I want to give two examples where this was really critical in the ILO. One is, it takes us a few years back, one is the adoption of the Domestic Workers Convention. Domestic workers was not an issue high on the agenda in the ILO for many years because they are often informal. And the informal economy, of course, is not represented by formal workers and employers organizations. So to start with, it was not easy to bring the issue into the ILO, and many civil society organizations have been absolutely critical in actually putting this on the agenda of the ILO through the organized workers movement. WIGO is one of them, Women in Informal Employment. It's an NGO network. And in this room, when the convention was adopted by consensus, by large majority, you had domestic workers everywhere here clapping and chanting. They were not part of any formal governance structure, but they were part of the outcome. And a similar thing we are experiencing now is the ongoing standard-setting process in the ILO on protecting workers in the platform economy, the so-called gig economy. Also a part of the economy that is very dynamic. We don't have a lot of formal workers' organizations, of course very influential businesses and enterprises. The views right now are very divergent. And we don't even know whether we will complete this process in the usual time frame. But what we all know is that we have to take the time to come together and understand each other. And once we do come to an agreed outcome, it will really change the life of workers everywhere. And again, I appeal also on the parliamentarians in the room, because the conventions will come to you. And we want to be also engaging with parliaments, with the committees on social and labor affairs, to explain why certain instruments are really important and should be taken forward then in the implementation.
Helen, I want to turn to you just to close out this part of the discussion on integrating various voices. In addition to the private sector, you are a woman, of course, and relatively young in relation to many of us in this room. And so curious what you think are successful strategies in ensuring that underrepresented groups like women, youth, indigenous people can participate in ways that are more meaningful than tokenistic.
Thank you. So I'm here representing business, and I have first-hand experience seeing a lot of women investing in sustainability. So about 60% of our 400 investor network are women investing in sustainability, whether as angels or family offices or foundations or high net worths. And I have a story that I wanted to share with you to give an example of how we can just give women a seat at the table that is very simple to apply. So we have an investing unit, and we had a company apply for funding. And it was a great company, great management team, great impact, powerful traction. It ticked all the boxes that we were looking for to back them. But what was missing is that there were no women in the management of the company, nor on the board, on the founding team, any senior position in the company. And so for that reason, we decided to not invest and not present it to our network of 400 investors. And so we denied the investment, and we got an email from the founders saying, please, can you please give us some feedback? Like, why not? I don't understand. We're perfect for you. And they did match all the criteria. And because they insisted, we gave them the feedback. And then we received a long email a week later saying, thank you. You were the push that we needed to hire a woman, which was on our long to-do list. It was one of the many, many things on our to-do list. And we decided to prioritize it because you denied us funding. And so I think that's a very simple example of how we, as funders, investors, philanthropists, can really make a difference.
You've got applause from Patty. That says a lot. So you're talking really about creating incentive structures that lead to that meaningful participation. But Martin said in his last comment that member states will never really want to lose the power that they have over the intergovernmental system. So I'm wondering, Jonathan, if you could kind of speak to how do we overcome that challenge where member states don't have the incentive to give space to other voices?
This goes to the issue that you were talking about, efficiency. Efficiency is a how. The problem we have in modernity is the why. So we have law without justice, medicine without healing, education without character, building weapons, the more you perfect them, the less security you obtain, art without beauty, philosophy about philosophy, the how of philosophy and not about the pursuit of truth, and a preoccupation with efficiency, which is valuable for running a business, valuable for achieving a clearly determined goal. But right now, our key institutions are melting the polar ice cap, putting at risk the regenerative processes of nature, and we don't have a moral challenge to this distortion. I would propose that the universal moral ethical foundation of families, communities, religions is found in the Golden Rule in some articulation. Either do unto others or refrain from harming others in ways you don't want to be harmed. But all of those ethical principles were stated only with your contemporaries. But today, we're literally the first time in human history where we're putting at risk the very future of humanity. And we need an ethical argument, not just an efficiency argument. In many ways, the SDGs are argued as an efficiency. But I would argue that it's not an efficiency issue. It's an issue of our moral responsibility. And I would say in the 21st century, and 15 Nobel Peace Laureates have signed on to this, is we need a golden rule for the 21st century, a moral imperative that says we must treat the lives and well-being of future generations as we want to be treated. So policies have to be in accord with sustainability, not as an efficiency standard, but as a moral imperative. And normal people understand what's right and wrong. The efficiency arguments are not penetrating the public, but the moral argument to our children and their children and so forth has resonance. So I would say it's not only important to talk about efficiency, it's really important to talk about the why. And the only way we can protect the regenerative processes of nature, the phytoplankton, for example, which is 60% of our oxygen, we all share a third lung. The only way we can protect that is collectively through a cooperative common security system. That's the why.
Can I push back and ask, in this world that we live in now of hard power, whether that kind of moral argumentation can work with member states? I sat in the plenary discussions just before this and heard many of you in the room talking about the constant violations of the so-called rules-based international order. Those kinds of arguments, do they land right now?
I would say one of the reasons why we don't have sufficient public support of these initiatives, like the SDGs, for example, is because we haven't adequately explained how these institutions and these principles affect people's daily lives, and more importantly, affects the things that's most important to them, which is their children and doing the right thing. So part of the lack of support for these essential programs is not reaching people's hearts, and people are moved by what's ethically correct.
And there, I would argue, there's a huge role for parliamentarians in helping to make that case to the people. Martin, I know you have to leave us early, so before you do, it'd be great to just hear your kind of reactions to what you've heard from your colleagues and any main takeaways you have on how the parliamentarians in the room can take these discussions back to their own capitals.
Yeah, thank you very much. The discussion we're having here is very reassuring indeed. And it lends credence to the IPU's approach, the parliamentary ecosystem approach. That is, Parliament should be seen as being the centerpiece of a galaxy around which evolves a number of stakeholders, the governments, of course, the executive arms of government, but civil society, faith-based communities, and all of that. And I have had a message that resonates very well with me, and that of saying that it's not really a matter of efficiency, but rather a moral and ethical imperative. Thank you, Jonathan, for that. And that's where parliamentarians come in as representatives of the people. They have that role to bring back P, capital P, the people, into governance at the international level and at the local level. We see much of governance unfolding today like people didn't exist. It is all about member states. Mm-hmm. I speak on behalf of Hungwana, yes, at the United Nations, as a full-fledged member of the United Nations. But parliamentarians, they're speaking on behalf of the people. They are bringing back humanity to decision-making. And so it is important. You asked that question, how can parliamentarians contribute? Let me put it this way. Putting my feet in the shoes of parliamentarians, what I would like to see from civil society and other non-state actors to help me do my work is they should break down international outcomes into something that is comprehensible to me. Because a lot of what comes out in these treaties and agreements and like is not comprehensive to the ordinary mortal that I am. One thing, and I need the information. I need for an explanation to be given to me why it is important that I throw my weight behind a particular outcome, and how, as you said, Jonathan, how this has an impact on my constituents, the people, capital P. And let me go back again and say, while we are all agreed that there should be interaction between these communities, there are a number of challenges that we need to address. And one is we have to build a capital of trust between state and non-state actors. This is something that we see, and the narrative should be changing. I know that we have always said that civil society is a watchdog, the word watchdog doesn't resonate very well with policymakers. I again go back to the fact that they contribute to enriching outcomes of political discussion. So I think that we need to look at that. And also, do we think that it is more important for us to engage in formal interaction rather than formal interaction? I will say informal interaction is often very effective in the sense that people don't feel bound because they are in a formal setting, bound by what civil society says, although civil society's inputs inform decision makers. So I would think that we need to strike a balance between the formal and the informal when it comes to interaction between these communities. And of course, I think that parliamentarians have a role to play at the national level because those are the people who translate international outcomes or input, outcomes into local reality. And they need the support of non-state actors to do that. And of course, when you talk about expertise, we would like for non-state actors to continue to produce information tools, knowledge tools that can help parliamentarians make decisions that are more commensurate, maybe not efficient. As Jonathan was saying again, I like that, you want for parliamentarians to fund the building of hospitals where they are needed and not where there will be nobody to, no patient to take care of. You want to build roads that would be useful to the people. And so that is what civil society and other non-state actors can bring to the table. Thank you.
Very strong call, and I remember I was at the Financing for Development conference in Spain a few weeks ago in which somebody said most of what we discuss in this room and at most UN conferences is completely incomprehensible to anyone outside of these rooms. So thank you for the reminder that we also have a role to play in supporting parliamentarians to bring this home. And thank you very much, Martin. I just have one final question to Thomas, and then we'll turn over to interventions from the floor. And that is, I think, we've been discussing a lot of the kind of principles of what engagement of a networked multilateral model would look like, but I'm struggling to imagine in practice what it looks like. And it strikes me that this vision of a networked UN is kind of constrained by the realities of the governance of the UN, which are codified in the UN Charter, among others. That doesn't really make space for this vision that we've been talking about. So what does this look like in practice? Is it going to be on the peripheries, or are there ways of really bringing into the very structures of the UN, to your mind?
Thank you for that question. I wanted to actually, if I could first just comment a bit on Martin's recent intervention about balancing formal and informal. And I think he articulated certainly normatively a very positive view about the legitimacy of states and the representativeness of states in intergovernmental organizations. And that is the traditional model or conception of governance that has preoccupied both scholars and practitioners for many decades. However, in some recent research I've just completed in a book last year, I mentioned earlier with Kenneth Abbott, called Informal Governance in World Politics, we point to some trends. It's not just trends of assertions from powerful states and spheres of influence ideas returning, but the world of governance globally is increasingly informal, not formal. And it means that if you look over the last century, the total number of formal intergovernmental treaty-based organizations has leveled off. It stopped growing. There are some new organizations being created by China in East Asia, but they're balanced by the closing of other formal treaty-based organizations. What's increasing are informal intergovernmental arrangements, like the G7, like the BRICS group, like friends groups on different issues at the UN. So these are still intergovernmental, but they're informal. They don't have secretariats. Many people, many states are excluded from these institutions. Even the transgovernmental initiatives I mentioned in my first intervention, they're actually growing exponentially. in terms of providing governance in very, very specific issue domains. But this raises a whole series of, and I'm glad that Jonathan raised some of the normative questions, and Corinne also, in terms of the unequal access from different parts of the world to places like Geneva or New York, where many UN organizations are headquartered. But we're seeing a development of a rather exclusionary system of governance. And it may well, oftentimes it goes back to the efficiency argument that was brought up earlier. Oftentimes this is legitimated or justified in the name of efficiency, where it's easier to reach agreement informally with a smaller number of actors and so on. So I think it's exclusionary. It oftentimes lacks transparency and does not have democratic accountability. But my intervention, at least at the outset, is to say that this kind of informal governance is increasingly the nature of the governance that we have today. I don't want to end on such a negative note, though, because there are ways in which what's done in these informal settings informs what happens in the formal. And in fact, much of the productive work and many of the engagements between states and non-state actors or their representatives are actually not in the formal sessions, but are in the informal interactions around the formal meetings. So in that sense, I'm not going to argue against informality, but just simply argue that we're living in a world where there's an increasing, what I would call a competition for authority on many different issue domains. And that means that organizations, formal intergovernmental organizations like the United Nations, need to focus on their core strengths. One, their legitimacy because of their inclusivity and their representativeness. And two, as represented on this panel, the depth of expertise that exists within the UN agencies. But no longer can we talk about global governance as something done at the United Nations. It really requires a much more complex, networked set of arrangements. Thank you.
I'm not supposed to have an opinion as the moderator, but I would argue that part of the reason for the proliferation of these structures that are not universal, as you say, and less representative, is precisely the inadequacy of the current UN model, which reinforces the need for the reform of that architecture around which there is much discussion today. Elena, one final comment from you, and then we're going to turn to the floor. Not yet. There you go.
A quick comment about language we touched upon, about inclusive language. I have a master's in management from London School of Economics, yet I was having a hard time understanding the UN questions that were sent to me to prepare this panel a few days ago, to be honest with you. And so I think inclusive language and business language will be helpful to make sure there's more people around the table that can engage and understand and participate. To give an example, in our sector, we were trying to attract more female founders. And typically the language to attract startups in the masculine world is, oh, he's a genius founder, he's an absolute incredible founder, he's one of a kind. And no women were applying to get funding because of that. So we changed the language. We said, we're just looking for founders to like to get things done. That's it. People who know how to get things done. And that suddenly attracted a lot of applications from female founders. So this is just an example of how language can suddenly include a whole different population that was not anticipated beforehand.
We are practicing the need for patience and lack of efficiency with the microphone transitions. I'm now going to turn to interventions from the floor around this question of networked multilateralism, beginning with Ousmane Bougouma, President of the Transitional Legislative Assembly of Burkina Faso. And you can make your, okay, he's not here and coming soon. Okay. And I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Andreas Norlin, Speaker of the Riksdagen of Sweden. Are you here? Yes, wonderful. Please, over to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for this very interesting discussion on a very important topic. Just a couple of observations or comments, perhaps questions. I think, of course, in a world where we see different forms of democratic backsliding, it is important to find ways for people to make their voices heard. So I think it is important to have civil society and its representatives included in decision-making processes, both nationally and globally. I think this should be done in a structured way so that it can be, the input from the organizations can be handled in the relevant legislative and other processes, so that I think that is a way to reduce the risk of what was called, I think, token representation. So I think you should have formal consultation processes where different actors can have their say. As experts in their fields, or as engaged people who have organized themselves. Just to mention, the Swedish legislative process has there we have formal requirements for the government and the parliament to consult with also actors outside of government and parliament when new legislation is created. May it be civil society, may it be different authorities or other stakeholders who might have something to contribute to the process, in order to have a broadest possible consultation and broadest possible input. What I might miss in the discussion is the political parties, Of course, the notion of a political party can be very different between different democracies with different traditions, and of course also between democracies and countries not so democratic. But I think, at least in the ideal world, it is very much the role of the political parties to have the role of channeling the views of the people, to feel and to interact with people, but of course also to have a two-way communication. So of course also to try to influence the opinion of the people by promoting their political ideologies and proposals. So I think, because sometimes I feel that we use or we discuss civil society as if they were the only representatives of people. And in my world, at least coming from Sweden, a country with very stable and stable political parties, I would argue that it is primarily the role of the political parties to represent the people. And then you have different stakeholders with their expert opinion and opinion groups and so on who may have their say. But ultimately, it is of course up to the political parties and their elected representatives, that is MPs and others, to have the ultimate say, because opinion groups may advocate from their point of view, but in the end someone has to take responsibility for the entire situation, and there might be very relevant and legitimate interests that collide and that cannot be met at the same time. You have to choose, and I think if you are a civil society organization passionate about a single issue, you cannot make that choice. So someone has to, at the end of the day, decide which of these colliding interests should we prioritize today, or which of these very relevant programs do we finance today, because we can only finance one out of many, and so on and so forth. So that would be perhaps my input here, to say that don't forget the political parties, at least in democracies, because their role is also to represent the people. So I think we need to have a broad and balanced approach here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that's precisely why we're having this conversation with parliamentarians, because we want to encourage the role of parliamentarians representing the people in these discussions. And I'm struck by your comment also that there is probably quite a bit that multilateralism can learn from parliaments in terms of consultation. I have a list of more than 20 interventions, so I am going to ask people. Unfortunately, I don't have the power to cut you off because my mic takes a few seconds to turn on. So I will ask you to try to keep your interventions to 2 minutes so that we can hear from everyone. And now I think I can turn back to Mr. Ousmane Bougouma, President of the Transitional Legislative Assembly of Burkina Faso.
Merci pour la parole. Sur la question de savoir si la gouvernance mondiale en réseau peut-elle rendre le multilatéralisme plus efficace, le Burkina Faso répond par l'affirmative. Nous pensons que la clé du succès du multilatéralisme, c'est la gouvernance mondiale en réseau, qui permet d'instaurer un dialogue permanent entre les États et aussi et surtout de rendre le monde plus juste en prenant en compte les aspirations de chacun et en respectant la dignité de tous. Si nous prenons le cas du Burkina Faso, le cas du Sahel, ce que nos populations reprochent principalement à la gouvernance mondiale, c'est la non prise en compte surtout de leurs attentes, de leurs profondes aspirations, perçues comme une sorte de négation de leur humanité, de leur dignité. Elles ne rejettent pas, au fond, la coopération internationale. Elles demandent une coopération adaptée à leurs besoins. Or, cela n'est possible que si la gouvernance mondiale est en réseau. La gouvernance mondiale en réseau permettra à coup sûr de désamorcer en amont de nombreux conflits et épargnant ainsi de nombreuses vies et de nombreuses souffrances à l'humanité. Alors, ce que nous disons, c'est que nous devons promouvoir l'inclusion par une gouvernance mondiale en réseau. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, and I think many around the world, and particularly in the Global South, would share the view that global governance has not served many countries well as it stands today. Turning next to, apologies, I've just lost my list. Sara Kugonjelwa Amadia, Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia.
Very much, Madam Chair, and I would like to appreciate the insightful comments that were shared by members of the panel. And I would like to indicate that the Namibian government does recognize the important value added to national development by non-state actors that include civil society organizations and the private sector. And we have adopted a formal policy for collaborating with them. And this policy provides for modalities for cooperation with civil society organizations. It also provides for the provision of subsidies, including cash subsidies, tax subsidies, and agency arrangements for private sector and civil society organizations to implement government programs in order to provide much needed services to our communities. We recognize that civil society organizations especially have a strong convening power for resources mobilization. They also have strong networks that reach communities in areas that are difficult to reach by government at times, and they are able to mobilize technical expertise also from other non-governmental organizations beyond our borders that make it possible for us to more efficiently deal with important issues in the areas of education, in the area of health, in the area of disaster relief and disaster risk management, and the issue of women empowerment and protection, youth empowerment, and also support to communities that remain on the margins of the mainstream of the economy in spite of the empowerment programs of government. But while we recognize that these non-state actors bring significant value to the development initiatives in countries, we also note that there are some limitations. And one of them is to say that because they are not elected, they cannot represent governments. And to the extent that donors, especially international donors, try to see them as an alternative to working with governments, that create problems. The other one is to say that because they are not elected, they cannot hold government accountable, but they can work with communities to empower them through capacity building so that they are more able to hold government accountable as the substantive sovereigns and the ones that are represented by elected leaders. The third one is the need for them to be more transparent, especially with the use of the resources that they have. Many of them are sometimes not audited, and it becomes difficult even for government to provide them with subsidies where they cannot account for the public funds that governments are expected to account for to the public. And fourthly, sometimes their views do not really represent the views of the broader society. They introduce and advocate for things that are sometimes not embraced by communities and therefore resulting in tensions between the NGOs and certain segments of our communities instead of bringing them together with the government. But in summary, I would like on behalf of Namibia to agree that the civil society organization and private sectors are indispensable partners of governments in advancing development, and for Namibia, we are ready to work with them, and we want our development partners to recognize the partnership we share and help us to strengthen this partnership for the best interests of Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that nuanced perspective, and I think in the same way you talk about the relationship between civil society filling gaps at the national level that government can't always fulfill, we could imagine something similar at the international level, so very helpful example there. I'll turn next to Dansa Kuruma, President of the National Transition Council of Guinea.
Merci Madame la modératrice. Mon observation porte sur le rôle de la société civile. Comment est-ce que sa voix pourrait-elle peser dans la gouvernance mondiale? Le sujet est très passionnant et je l'aborde sur 3 angles. Le premier, si la société civile est en difficulté dans nos pays, qui les défend? Plusieurs acteurs engagés de la société civile sont en difficulté dans plusieurs pays. Et le plus souvent, la justice ne plaide pas assez pour leur cause. Ceci constitue un facteur qui limite leur impact dans la contribution pour une meilleure gouvernance à l'échelle nationale et internationale. Ma proposition étant parlementaire, nous devons être capables de porter au mieux les aspirations et les préoccupations des peuples, donc des citoyens. Nous devons construire un véritable pont avec la société civile dans toute sa composition et dans toute sa diversité. Si les parlementaires sont en réseau avec la société civile, ceci constitue aussi une garantie de sécurité, de protection juridique, mais aussi d'intégrité de leur légitimité. La deuxième observation, c'est sur les législations nationales. Les législations de plusieurs pays sont muettes par rapport au champ d'action de la société civile et les mesures de sa protection juridique. Donc, il est important en tant que parlementaire, au moment où nous nous préoccupons par l'élaboration des bonnes lois pour nos règlements intérieurs de nos différentes assemblées, il est important d'aller vers des meilleures législations pour mieux délimiter, définir le champ d'action et de protection de la société civile. Ceci garantit leur efficacité en termes de force de contribution dans la gouvernance à l'échelle nationale et internationale. Enfin, il est extrêmement important que nous nous coalisons contre la montée en puissance du populisme dans nos pays. Le populisme va aux antipodes de la démocratie. Il est extrêmement important que le discrédit volontaire qui est jeté contre les acteurs majeurs du processus de la gouvernance à l'échelle nationale et internationale soit arrêté, et ce sont les populistes qui en sont à la base, pour avoir un champ libre dans leur attitude de décrédibilisation d'un monde plus réseauté, d'un monde plus global, ce sont les acteurs clés qui deviennent leur cible, dans la société civile, dans les médias, dans la justice. Il est extrêmement important que les parlementaires s'organisent pour limiter l'impact dangereux du populisme dans la construction d'un monde global, d'un monde intégré et aussi d'un monde bien gouverné. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I would just raise the question of independence and also protecting the independence of civil society as you advance in defining the scope and better partnering with them as parliamentarians. Next, I will turn to the Deputy Speaker of Qatar.
شكرا جزيلا. طبعا دولة قطر تولي اهتماما كبيرا بمنظمات المجتمع المدني، وهذه المنظمات لها أدوارها سواء داخل دولة قطر أو خارج دولة قطر، كما في صندوق قطر للتنمية الذي يقدم مساعدات لمختلف الجهات والمنظمات وأيضا لمختلف الدول. ولعل من أبرز هذه المجالات في مجال التعليم وفي مجال الصحة وفي مجال الإغاثة وغيرها من المجالات. أضف إلى ذلك الجمعيات أيضا الخيرية ومنظمات المجتمع المدني، كما في اللجنة المعنية بذوي الإعاقة أو الجمعية المعنية بذوي الإعاقة وغيرها من الجمعيات. أما فيما يتعلق بمجلس الشورى القطري الذي يمثل صوت الشعب، فقد تمثلت آليات التعاون والشراكة مع منظمات المجتمع المدني في العديد من الآليات، ولعل من أبرزها حضور الجلسات العامة للمجلس والمشاركة أيضا في النقاش المعني بالقوانين وأيضا الموضوعات التي تتعلق بكافة فئات المجتمع، سواء من معاقين أو من معلمين أو في مجال الصحة أو في مجال أيضا الاقتصاد والاستثمار. القطاع الخاص أيضا شريك في هذه النقاشات من خلال أعمال اللجان الدائمة الستة في المجلس. طبعا هناك يصدر العديد من المقترحات برغبة من هذه اللجان التي ترفع للحكومة، وتكون أيضا بالتشاور والشراكة مع هذه الشرائح وهذه الفئات ومنظمات المجتمع المدني. أيضا حضور الجلسات الجلسات العامة لمجلس الشورى يحضرها أيضا الطلبة سواء طلبة المدارس أو الطلبة الجامعيين، وهذا مهم من حيث إشراك الأجيال القادمة في العمل البرلماني، وهذا يعتبر أيضا إعداد وتحضير وتدريب لهم. أيضا الشراكة مع القطاع الخاص فيما يتعلق بتوطين الوظائف، وهذا من خلال مناقشتنا لقانون توطين الوظائف في مجلس الشورى، وكان بالشراكة معهم من حيث طبعا دراسته من حيث التحديات والإيجابيات والمردود أيضا الاقتصادي، سواء على المستفيدين من هذا القانون أو أيضا على القطاع الخاص. وشكرا.
Shukran. I think that's yet another example that there are many models to draw from at the national level, and now it's a question of how to apply them in the world of multilateralism. Thank you very much. I'm now going to turn to Adriano Conte, co-president of the Dachverband Schweizer Jugendparlamente. Forgive me once again for my pronunciation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the consideration of the panel. Very interesting about how also youth can impact these results. But I want to take a step back. Coming from the Swiss Federation of Youth Parliaments, I have a bit the experience of convincing youths to participate in institutional process and have them come speaking with parliaments at the local, regional and national level. And I was interested in the comment about the survey that shows that many youths do not have trust in this process in multilateralism, and it's something that we also at the national level have difficulty with, to convince youth to speak with, parliaments, with governments, and convince them that the point of view that they're presenting is indeed taken in consideration and it is worth to have the discussion. So what I was wondering is more a question to you on the panel, if someone wants to answer that, is apart from the language and the informality that already been mentioned and certainly has a great impact in the way that youths are attracted to this process, are there other points that you consider are relevant in how the relationship between institution at national and international level and youths can be better? Thanks.
I'm going to take the opportunity of that question to maybe turn back to the panel for any quick reactions, and they will have to be very quick because we'd still like to hear from many people on the floor. And perhaps I can turn to you, Corinne, on this particular question of what else can be done to convince people that it is worth engaging, that they will actually be heard and have an impact.
Yes, sure. And this goes back also to the comment we heard from Sweden, that political parties also are supposed to be channeling the people's voices. Unfortunately, as our young colleague has said from Switzerland, a lot of the institutions, including the political parties, have lost the trust of many young people and who do not want to engage with the political parties as institutions, and they only want to engage on one issue, as you said, rather than on a political platform. And it has made political life much more difficult. So one thing that can increase the participation of young people and the trust that they have in institutions is transparency. And transparency means being very honest about your failings. It's transparency and ethical leadership, and we come back to the why that Jonathan was mentioning before, and we have seen that coming back to the why really draws young people in who are very motivated by the good of their societies, the good of the planet, and so on. And I'd be very happy to discuss with you afterwards a couple of things that we're doing. But for instance, we brought former President Simonetta Sommaruga to discuss with the young aspiring political leaders that we brought together to Geneva recently. And she was very, very transparent about how difficult political life is, how difficult it is to be in parliament, how difficult it is to be in government. And I think honesty from you parliamentarians, but also from members of the executive, about the kind of difficulties you face is something that the young people would really appreciate. Thank you.
I saw hands from Patty and Jonathan, so very quickly some reactions across the board from what you've heard.
Heba, you know, when you're a member of parliament in a really big country, you have one constituency, but if you're trying to advance legislation that's difficult, to our friend from Guinea, you need to have a network of NGOs working their own members of parliament to help them get the legislation passed in the House. So I would say to young people sometimes, that's great. You care about the environment, you support this initiative, this organization rather, but I'm the one who's in the House that needs to vote on this legislation. I'm the one trying to get my colleagues to support that piece of legislation. So you need to go talk to my colleagues. We need to get active in the party process to advance the platform for the next campaign and within the party, and to popularize the ideas with constituents so that they'll support the legislation. So you can be really effective by working together, and it's worth it. Support the members of parliament who are trying to get things done as civil society, and help them convince their colleagues that those initiatives are going to matter, whether it's landmines internationally and advocating for the information domestically, so international and local, or it's gun control, again, not always popular in some places, but if you can pull people together and show them that there's a political advantage to working with the CSO and getting things done that they want, then I think you can be more successful, and we can work together and build that trust, being realistic about what some of the constraints are as well.
The most powerful, empowering probably ever created by a political institution is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 20 years ago, Anna Cataldi, the courageous woman who kept photographing in Sarajevo during the siege, raised several $1 million and produced over 1 million passports with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to be given to high school students, but that's unsustainable. It's too expensive. But since then, over 70% of the world's high school students have access to these things. And so at a very low cost, every high school student could get a copy of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that's so empowering, and a teaching module appropriate to your nation of how these rights need to be protected. And the Universal Declaration speaks to all people, including youth, and they need to know that they have the right to speak up. And if they were to have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, so I would urge that every parliament ensure that every student in every high school has a copy of that empowering document.
Thanks for that call to action, Jonathan. I'm now going to turn back to the floor to Yannick Galayasi, First Secretary of the Sovereign Order of Malta.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, honourable speakers, honourable delegates, the Sovereign Order of Malta thanks the distinguished panellists for their contributions and the IPU for organising this interactive debate that allows stakeholders to provide their inputs on the topic at hand. As a permanent observer to the UN and the IPU, the Order of Malta is strongly committed to inclusive multilateralism at a time when it is under grave threat. We collaborate closely with international organizations to promote peace, security, human rights and development. Building on the outcome of the second IPU Parliamentary Interfaith Conference held in Rome last June and its communique, which recognized the essential role of parliamentary and religious diplomacy in fostering dialogue, cooperation and trust between communities, I'd like to ask distinguished panelists' opinions on how can the broader international community better engage with religious leaders and faith-based actors, which play a crucial role in promoting peaceful coexistence and conflict prevention, in fostering a more effective and inclusive multilateralism, and as Mr. Granov, echoed by the Secretary General, clearly highlighted the need for ethical principles to be at the center. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hold that question, take a few more, and then we'll come back to the panel for an answer. So now I'm going to turn to Mr. Mardani Ali Serra, Chairperson of the Committee of Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation. Okay, not seeing him here. I think we'll move on and try to come back to him. So I have just spotted her in the audience, so I'll turn to her next. Jacqueline Cote, President of the Co-Initiatives of Change Foundation.
Good afternoon. Many thanks for giving me the floor today and for organizing this interactive debate. In addition to being the president of the Co-Initiatives of Change Foundation, I'm the representative of a global movement of people called Initiatives of Change, which is dedicated to peace, democracy, and sustainable development. And it is as old as the UN, and we actually work with the UN quite actively. I'm actually very encouraged by the interventions from the panelists and would like to add a number of points that came out of the work we do, in particular the forums that we hold every year in CO. And right now there is one on the inner development goal, and we just completed one on democracy. CO is a little village above Montreux for those who are not familiar. So democracy can only thrive if there is trust and integrity. And this is a condition under which decisions can be fair, inclusive, and lasting. But let's not forget that behind each parliament and each stakeholder of our multilateral system, there are individuals. Each individual has a story, a background, a belief, a culture, and also biases and trauma. So to ensure there is trust and integrity in decision-making, we need to focus on the individual, not just the collective. So we cannot just rely on the global governance systems, we need to deep dive into the individual. Bringing input into sessions such as the one today, engaging in dialogues, helping shape agendas, are certainly all critical to civil society organization. But it is not enough to touch individuals. For this, you need a setting which encourages humility, courage, and inner reflection. And that is what we try to offer in CO. I would like to end by underlining that among the many global interlocking crises we are facing, there is a moral crisis which has not been given enough coverage, and I'm very pleased that some of our panelists have raised this point. Focusing on how to enhance the moral and spiritual foundations of our society must be a priority for parliaments and every actor of our multilateral system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and I'm again going to encourage everyone to be as concise as possible given the time, and turn next to Stephen Twigg, Secretary General of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. He's not here. Okay. In that case, Mr. Alan Ware, Global Coordinator of the Parliaments for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament.
Thank you very much. I have the honour to speak on behalf of Parliamentarians for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, PNND, a permanent observer at the Inter-Parliamentary Union. First, I'd like to commend IPU for holding this interactive dialogue with stakeholders, which is very important to build the cooperation between parliamentarians and constituencies around the world. I also congratulate IPU for the opening session, having Michael Douglas, who is an incredible communicator and able to bring the ideas of IPU, the United Nations, to the peoples of the world, and serving that very well as a UN messenger for peace. We thank Michael for highlighting in his speech nuclear war prevention and nuclear disarmament, including the commitment of governments in the Summit of the Future to nuclear war prevention and the achievement of a nuclear weapons-free world, and the ideas and examples in the handbook, Our Common Future, prepared by PNND and IPU, which is available online on measures that parliamentarians can take. I'd like to also add a comment to the others that have been talking about the importance of youth as an important stakeholder. Youth, of course, are multifaceted stakeholders with many different initiatives and ways of contributing. But one really important one has been the youth who've led the case in the International Court of Justice, which just gave its decision last week on the obligations of states with respect to climate change. The court has now affirmed what are the legal obligations of states, and I would recommend all parliamentarians to read the decision, because in the decision from the court are the obligations which your government now has and which need to be implemented. And in implementing the obligations as delivered by the International Court of Justice on climate change, I recommend that parliamentarians engage very much with youth, and in particular the youth that were leading this initiative, World Youth for Climate Change and Pacific Island Students Fighting Climate Change. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alan, and a very practical example of that link between decisions taken at the international level and how they get implemented via all of you in this room. Next, I'll turn to Madame Saba Haddad, representative to the United Nations of the Baha'i International Community.
Thank you. Thank you for this very inspiring panel discussion. And the call for more networked and inclusive multilateralism is really timely. We must recognize that today's cascading crisis will not be met by structural adjustments alone. To build a multilateralism that is truly effective, we need a new conceptual framework. The Baha'i international community suggests this framework must be the unreserved acceptance of humanity's independence and its foundational principle, the oneness of mankind. This principle is not an abstract ideal. It has profound practical implications. It challenges the oppositional us versus them thinking, and that itself breeds mistrust and paralyzes progress. It demands that we re-examine outdated notions of absolute sovereignty, which have become untenable in an age where pandemics, financial crises, and ecological collapse respects no borders. We must embrace the truth that the well-being of any nation is totally bound to the well-being of all. The advantage of the part is best served by the progress of the whole. This shift requires a new form of statecraft. It calls on leaders to overcome the paralysis of will that remains a dysfunctional status quo. It compels us to ask of any policy that is put in place, will this advance the good of all? The international community faces both a profound opportunity and a vital imperative. The tremendous task of centering humanity's independence at the heart of the global governance system. Our own experience in thousands of communities worldwide shows that when this principle, the oneness of mankind, is applied, it builds capacity for unified action and fosters powerful collaboration. This is not a naive aspiration. It is a pragmatic and achievable pathway forward. To build a multilateralism that can endure, we must first lay this unshakable foundation of our shared identity as humanity, our common purpose, and our collective destiny. Thank you.
I must say I'm very interested to see that at it's not a UN conference, but something quite similar, there is so much talk of these kind of moral values, which is a shift, I think, from what we often hear. I will turn now to Pernille Fenger, Director of the Representation Office in Geneva of UNFPA. No, okay, and checking if we have Indonesia back in the room. I had turned to you earlier, but I think also not. Okay, Mr. Andras Soreni, Senior Policy Advisor of the Global Cities Hub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am delighted to intervene on behalf of the Global Cities Hub, and the reason why we thought it's important to contribute to this discussion is that several members of parliament are representing local communities. Some of them are mayors of their cities. The distinguished members of parliament emphasized the global challenges, and we all know that the global challenges we face as the international community has local effects, and these are the local and regional governments who often need to deal with that. We know that the Sustainable Development Goals will not be reached if we do not focus more on the localization of the SDGs. And at the FFD4, you mentioned, Madam Chair, there was a lot of discussion about financing the localization of these SDGs, where local and regional governments play an important role. I commend the panel for their interventions. One mention was the Pact for the Future, where point 55 mentions among the stakeholders the local authorities. And we are convinced that the local authorities, local and regional governments play a crucial role in several areas of implementing the SDGs, like housing, like climate change, like water management, and so on. A stronger cooperation between the members of parliaments and the representatives of local and regional governments at the international stage could yield better results, better outcomes. We heard that we need to have more inputs into the discussions where member states will decide at the end, and to have these inputs, we need the inputs from the local and regional governments. The Global Cities Hub connects local and regional governments with international organizations and international processes, and therefore we are eager to strengthen our cooperation with the IPU to advance a more networked, a more inclusive multilateralism, to build together a better future for the next generations. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to turn to Madame Mona Bekai, the Executive Director of UPR Info.
Thank you. Honourable members of Parliament, dear members of the panel, thank you for the opportunity to address this important interactive debate. Allow me to discuss a mechanism grounded in the active involvement of non-state partners and strong collaboration with Parliament. The Universal Periodic Review mechanism, which while led by state, is a multi-stakeholder process. It invites the active engagement of civil society organizations, national human rights institutions, and the three branches of the state, including you parliamentarians. Your role is crucial in ensuring that UPR recommendations are not only acknowledged, but meaningfully implemented. Parliament have the power to translate human rights commitment into tangible reform through legislation, budget allocation, oversight, and public advocacy. In doing so, you help to bring the UPR to life at the national level. Civil society and national human rights institutions are your allies in these endeavors. They not only inform the process through report and advocacy, but continue to work alongside you, offering expertise, supporting consultation, and amplifying the voice of community, especially those living in vulnerable situations. Their input during legislative review and policy debates can help ensure that human rights remain at the core of governance. Civil society play a key role in advancing human rights, particularly human rights education and awareness raising, for instance, in areas like domestic violence and discrimination. While legislation is essential, lasting change, especially in areas requiring shift in social norms and behavior, relies on the active engagement of civil society to support and sustain this legal reform on the ground. Consulting a broad range of constituencies ensure that laws and policies are inclusive and reflective of lived realities. Mechanisms such as public hearing and parliamentary committee consultation are essential tools to enable this dialogue. Moreover, civil society a key accountability role by monitoring progress and providing input into midterm implementation reviews. This review provides a valuable opportunity for parliamentarians to assess implementation effort of UPR recommendation, identify gaps, and work collaboratively to define a national path forward. Important participation in the UPR must be free from fear and reprisals. Parliament have a duty to safeguard democratic space and ensure that all voices, especially critical ones, are protected. Finally, the UPR itself offers lessons in effective multilateralism. It demonstrates how national institutions, including parliaments, can contribute to a constructive and coordinated global effort to uphold human rights. The Human Rights Council has already recognized your role as parliamentarian, and it's through deeper engagement that this contribution will continue to grow. We encourage you parliamentarians to continue working hard and hand in hand with civil society and national human rights institutions, not only to implement UPR recommendations, but to strengthen the long-term foundation of human rights in your countries. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And just out of curiosity for those parliamentarians who are in the room, how many of you have engaged on the Universal Periodic Review of the Human Rights Council at the parliamentary level? Hands up. So that's an interesting takeaway.
But like the HLPF meeting that we ran in New York last week, our colleagues here in Geneva run a meeting for all parliamentarians who are here at the time of those reports. And if you're interested in being more involved in that, please see Rogier or any of the human rights team, because they run some opportunities for you as parliamentarians to engage and to be more active on those files.
Great, thank you. We have just a few minutes left. We're going to try to cover as many of those who express interest in speaking as we can, and then turn back for some final thoughts from the panel before you head to lunch. So, Madame Charlotte Lindberg-Warakaule, I know Charlotte, but I don't still know how to pronounce her last name, Director for International Relations of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you for the beautiful pronunciation of my name. Honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's really a privilege to address you on behalf of CERN, the European Laboratory for Particle Physics, which is the largest laboratory for particle physics in the world, just to share a brief couple of points from the perspective of fundamental research. And I want to thank the panel very warmly for the excellent interventions which have made it unnecessary for me to go through the prepared statements, and I'll just highlight 2 points that really stand out for me from the debate. First, the diversity of the actors in civil society that we need to consider and to need to find modalities for integrating. And also, how do we define the objective of this engagement? We've spoken a lot about influencing outcomes, but I think it's very important, particularly from the point of view of science, that we also consider in the same way informing decision-making, providing evidence, providing data, to make sure that decisions, whatever they may be, are well-founded and therefore also more likely to be sustainable in the long term. It is about getting to better outcomes, which is a point that I think we've heard come through very clearly in the interventions today. There is therefore, from our point of view, a particular concern about the politicization of science and of scientific evidence. We heard that mentioned very prominently by Professor Bierstecker. Thank you very much for that. And this is why we are working from our perspective in fundamental science to strengthen the science policy interface, support the development of solid frameworks for engagement with science, for capacity building, but also supporting science diplomacy as a tool of engagement. And for science to thrive, it must be nurtured by political commitment, by vision that reach beyond electoral cycles and decision-making at all levels, and it must be supported by evidence and data. And here the role of parliaments, of parliamentarians, is absolutely pivotal to shape national priorities, approve budgets, and also build consensus in support of science and in support of trust in science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm going to turn straight away to Rajat Khosla, Executive Director of the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health.
Thank you, Chair, honourable speakers of Parliament, distinguished guests. It's an honour to address you today. I speak on behalf of the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, a partnership representing 1,500 partners across 130 countries around the world. And importantly, within the present context, over 600 civil society organizations form the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health. And I really do applaud the conversation thus far, because as the multitude of interventions have highlighted, the question is not if civil society organizations should be participating in these conversations. The question is how, and how do we do that most effectively. If I may just share a few reflections in the interest of time. The first is the question of political will, which has been stated a few times, but I do think we do need to emphasize it further, especially in these contested times, and from the heads of state, from the parliaments, to ensure that laws, policies, plans, and budgets support that participation of civil society organizations. The second is issues in terms of transparency and institutionalizing accountability mechanisms to build trust and to strengthen legitimacy. And then thirdly is consensus building through dialogue, through complex, leads to a stronger and sustainable impact. A few points to emphasize on how do we move forward from rhetoric to reality to make this happen. We have heard the emphasis that has multiple interventions made on trust building between underrepresented constituencies and institutional actors, and that remains a critical thing to carry forward. Second is formal co-governance mechanisms, and to ensure that there is space available for civil society and also different groups such as young people, indigenous organizations, and others. Thirdly is investments in access to platforms. Today, the investments in civil society organization and civic space has dwindled across the world, and that is a worrying phenomena that must be addressed. And then finally is to track the quality and impact of participation and establishment of follow-up mechanisms. Thank you really for this convening, but the important point to be made today is how do we move forward to build a more responsive and resilient multilateral system that is grounded in shared power, mutual accountability, and the lived realities of those we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those who remain, I'm going to ask you to take your prepared remarks and cut them in half and give us your key message. Otherwise, you will be speaking to an empty room. But we do want to hear from everyone, so please do make that effort for me. Mr. Abhishek Bhattacharya, Program Officer for Dharma Alliance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, honorable speakers, excellencies, and esteemed delegates. I speak on behalf of Dharma Alliance Geneva, an international coalition committed to the ethical and spiritual values of the dharmic traditions that include Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, and Sikhism. These faiths, followed by over 2 billion people around the world, representing some of the oldest living cultures and offering enduring wisdom and a rich ethical foundation for our shared future. In today's global challenges, these traditions offer a simple yet profound truth, which is all life is interconnected. Concepts like dependent origination and the world is one family reflect the very spirit behind network global governance. While such governance calls for cooperation across borders and institutions, Dharma reminds us that real cooperation grows from shared responsibility and mutual care. Interdependence is not only spiritual, it is crucial for political and social stability. Dharmic values such as no harm, truthfulness, and self-restraint are keys to rebuilding trust and accountability in multilateral systems. These virtues offer the ethical grounding that global institutions urgently need. With shared moral purpose and rooted interdependence, networked governance can move beyond intent and become a truly effective force for multilateral cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn next to Sylvie Coudray, Director of the Division for Freedom of Expression, Media Development and Media and Information Literacy at UNESCO.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. C'est un débat qui a été très intéressant, notamment sur la gouvernance et les valeurs morales qui ont été rappelées par les panélistes. Juste pour présenter l'UNESCO, c'est l'organisation un peu la conscience des Nations Unies qui travaille sur l'éducation, la science, la culture et la communication. Et en termes de gouvernance, bien sûr, c'est une organisation d'États membres, mais nous travaillons aussi avec un réseau de plus de 2000 sites inscrits au patrimoine mondial, des réserves de biosphère, des parcs nationaux, des villes apprenantes, des centaines de villes aussi qui sont durables, créatives, plus de 13 000 écoles associées, des chaires, des universités, des centres de formation et un réseau de 200 commissions nationales. Ça, c'était pour une réflexion globale et encore une fois, pour revenir sur cette histoire de confiance, de conscience. Les pères fondateurs avaient dit que les guerres prenant naissance dans l'esprit des hommes, c'est dans l'esprit des hommes qu'il faut défendre les défenses de la paix. Puisque j'ai très peu de temps, juste un exemple de coopération que nous avons avec l'Union interparlementaire et qui est absolument important. Et il concerne celui de la gouvernance des plateformes numériques. Nous avons fait ensemble un MOOC qui a été sur la liberté d'expression à l'intention des parlements et des membres de parlement. Et à ce jour, plus de 3300 membres de parlement de 164 pays ont participé à ce cours. Au niveau national et au niveau régional, on travaille aussi avec les parlements sur tout ce qui touche aux lois, les lois liées par exemple aux médias, à l'audiovisuel, à la liberté d'expression, à la lutte contre la désinformation, ô combien que c'est important aujourd'hui. S'agissant donc de la gouvernance des plateformes numériques, elle est au cœur d'un travail profond que l'on mène depuis plusieurs années et qui a recueilli, on a fait une consultation qui a recueilli plus de 10 000 commentaires du monde scientifique, du monde académique, du monde professionnel, de l'industrie, des grands groupes technologiques et des États membres, bien sûr, pour comprendre comment développer à la fois des compétences numériques. Et
Madame, je m'excuse, mais je vais devoir vous demander de terminer parce que là, on est beaucoup plus que 2 minutes.
On continuera dans ce sens.
Merci beaucoup. I'm afraid just for time, we're not going to have the ability to get through the whole list, but I want to thank all those who spoke and who had intended to speak, and hopefully you can pull people into the corridors to share your thoughts. And now just going to turn for final reflections from the panel. In particular, there was a question, although I think he's gone now, around how the international community can engage with religious leaders, and faith-based actors on peace, and then other comments, as you heard, on focusing on the individual rather than the collective, localization, the role of non-state actors in providing evidence and data, how to move from rhetoric to action. So in 30 seconds, Jonathan.
One of the hats I wear is I'm the representative to the United Nations of the World Summit of Nobel Peace Prize winners. Since 1999, we've been meeting each year, and we've met in Barcelona, Spain, Bogota, Colombia, Warsaw, Poland, Hiroshima, Japan, and we've had at least 25 to 30 of the Nobel Peace Prize winners, and I'm duty-bound to offer being a liaison for any parliaments or any NGOs and cities that want to host the Nobel Peace Laureate Summits, because the Nobel Peace Laureate Summits literally are some of the most powerful moral, practical, political voices we have to advance the collective agenda we've just been talking about. So please, if you're interested in hosting a summit of Nobel Peace Laureates or having some of them testify in your parliaments, please get in touch with me. I'll be glad to husband it to the organization and make sure that if it's possible, it will happen.
I have finally just found my microphone on-off button, which would have been useful 2 hours ago, but now I will use it very aggressively. Corinne.
Yeah, it's not very often that I can say this, but I actually leave this room today very encouraged. It's not very often these days that I leave big meetings like this encouraged, because there have been many, many excellent examples provided of how non-state actors already contribute actively to policymaking at the international level and continue to do so. I think there's been really excellent conversations about how we can improve this contribution and make it less tokenistic for some. So I'm actually very encouraged, and I hope that all parliamentarians sitting here also go back with a deeper understanding of why it's important to protect the space for civil society in particular at the United Nations. Thank you.
And as a perfect segue, I was going to say to our colleague from Guinea as plea, please, as parliamentarians, make sure there's safe space for the CSO community. Engage them in the development of legislation, in party policy, in ideas. They are rich with young people and committed individuals, and get them to help work with you on the issues that you want to push in Parliament. And then to the CSO communities, make sure you're talking to parliamentarians, not just once an election campaign, but all throughout the process. Parliamentarians are really smart, but they're not mind readers. They need to hear from you, and get your network working to support the members of Parliament who are working on the issues. Go and talk to their colleagues on their behalf as well. And together, I think we can build a better world, especially if you're popularizing, those of you working internationally, on the things that are trying to be achieved internationally, so that, as Martin said, you can help them break down some of those concepts into language that's easily understood at the door, on the ground, in an election camp.
And Patty is a former member of Parliament of Canada, so she knows what she's talking about. Beata.
Well, thank you. A wet thread of this discussion, I feel, was really the question of representation and how to bring in youth and CSO and others. And earlier, Heba, you asked me, what is it we can share with the rest of the world and the ILO to make it work, to bring them into the decision-making process? And I want to leave you with three things that we found very important and have worked well for us. The first is to ensure that those who speak on behalf of those groups are democratically elected. The second, that there is transparency and inclusiveness about who these groups represent and how are they being financed. And the third important element, of course, it goes without saying, is that they are independent from the executive. So thank you very much, and I wish you really a lot of success in your deliberations as parliamentarians. And as I said, please do count on the ILO for any matters related to social or labor affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thomas.
Thank you. Let me just briefly comment on a couple of the interesting contributions to this discussion. Particularly, I want to start with the speaker from Guinea who raised the question of who defends civil society. And sometimes that falls to international non-governmental organizations and networks that can also call and bring support to domestic civil society groups that are under pressure. But he also raised a very interesting point, I think, about populism and the dangers of populism. And in one in particular point I made earlier, and then Charlotte remarked upon about the anti-elitism and the anti-expertise elements of populism that I think pose a very serious global danger. So I'm very glad that you raised that point. The colleague from Baha'i made a point that really resonated with me, which was the outdated notions of absolute sovereignty. So someone who's worked on the concept of sovereignty over many decades, we should think of state sovereignty as a social construct. I don't want to go into a lecture mode here, but the core meanings, final authority, territory, identity of people are all changing in their meaning. And it's not a fixed term. Sovereignty doesn't mean what it used to mean. One final point on the contribution from Cities Hub is to remember that not all governance at the global level necessarily happens in interstate fora, but some things happen actually through city networks. Finally, just my takeaway is, was already made by one of the other speakers, which is there's not a binary choice. It's not a question of choosing between civil society involvement and excluding it, but it's really a question of how best to engage more effectively to achieve desirable outcomes at the global level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was my first time speaking to members of parliament, so thank you so much for all your insights and for your presence. I just want to say that let us know how we can help you make the best decisions. We are here representing investors in sustainability, so how we can help you inform your decisions. Let us know how we can be of any help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'll just react to the comment from the colleague who talked about moving from rhetoric to action. I think one of the things we need to do is to build this into our multilateral architecture and revisit, to Thomas's point about the comment from the Baha'i community, some of the core principles that underpin our international relations and start thinking about how to bring that into the 21st century. With that, I want to thank everyone for sticking around until now and for all of your very meaningful and thoughtful inputs. And the concluding session of the conference will take place in this room at 2:30, so you can be back in this hall then, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. I believe we have all been, under the circumstances, been enjoying Geneva, much as we have been indoors for quite some time. We are about to begin the last segment of our conference. I'm going to request colleagues to take your places and take your seats. And as you have all noted, we have been having our meeting since the day before yesterday. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for very productive engagements that you have had in this plenary, on the panels, but also bilaterally when you were meeting with your colleagues from other parts of the world. So we thank you for making this conference successful this far. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we will begin with hearing reports from the thematic panels. And we will begin with panel 1, which was discussing the topic about women's and youth participation in parliament in a time of polarization and adversity. The rapporteur is Senator Cynthia Lopez Castro of Mexico, who also serves as the president of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians of the IPU and also a member of our preparatory committee for this conference. Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President of the IPU, my dear Tully Axon. Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, honorable speakers of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to present the outcomes of the first panel of the Speaker Conference. The theme was Women and Youth Participation in Parliament in Time of Polarization and Adversity. Let me remind you that women, we are half of population of the world and we are just represented in the 27.2% in parliaments around the world. With this number, we are just progressing 0.3 percentage points in 2024. And despite the world has the most population of young people nowadays, they are only represented in 2.8% members of parliament under 40. So this panel brought together parliamentary leaders at the highest level to promote the solutions we need. The message by speakers from the discussion was clear. The progress has been made, but we're still too far from finish the line. Persistent challenges were highlighted, including deepening polarization, rising political violence online and offline, often targeting women, young people, and people from diverse backgrounds, and a troubling global pushback on women's rights. So, thanks for the participation of the speakers in this panel, like the speaker from the UK, the speaker from Timor-Leste, the speaker also from South Africa, and some speakers that did a great participation in this panel, because it is not simple a question of numbers in a chamber. We are not just looking for have some numbers for women and some numbers for youth. We are really want a transparent processes so that men and women in all diversity, including young people, can truly influence and lead once in office. The speakers shared experience and called for action in 3 areas. First, adopting strong laws and policies such as gender and youth quotas. The speakers from countries like Rwanda, Timor-Leste shared the positive impacts that strong legislating quotas have had on their countries. The second is build more enabling environments for women and youth to lead. We heard about my country, Mexico's laws to combat violence against women in politics, including online gender-based violence, which is a key obstacle to women's participation. We have a great law that is called Ley Olimpia to typify the digital violence as a crime. So also, speakers also showcased effort to drive gender-sensitive parliaments in the line with IPU's plan of action and to bring women and youth people into leadership. We need women and youth where power is. We need more young people being in parliament. And we really want to have at least 40–50% of women representation in parliaments. And let me tell you that it's including speakers, leading committees, and other leadership roles. We want more women also as speakers because only out of 274 parliaments around the world, only 58 are women speakers that, of course, I recognize all of you because of your hard work as a women speaker. So also, the third action is transforming mindsets through public outreach and awareness raising. Speakers told us that Parliament can and must lead a cultural shift from a male-dominated environment that too often excludes youth to one that reflects all voices. Civic education and outreach initiatives such as Women and Youth Mock Parliaments in Fiji, Slovakia, were highlighted as game changers to shift mindsets. Yesterday, I was talking with the Speaker of the UK from House of Commons, and he told me something very interesting. It was, we need men fighting for gender equality. And I really agree that in the time that we have more men fighting for gender equality, we will get gender equality all around the world. So we invite you to participate actively. So this area of polarization and pushback, neutrality is not an option. We either advise inclusion or allow exclusion to harden. Thank you so much for your participation. Your commitment must be followed by action. We must pass laws, enforce the protections, and change our culture. This is how we turn pledges into progress. So we hope that next conference of speakers, we have more women in Parliament, we have more women and speakers, and also more young parliamentarians in all parliaments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Lopez Castro. Now, colleagues, we will go to panel 2, Innovating for a Peaceful Future, Crafting New Solutions for a Turbulent World. The rapporteur is Ms. Kandia Kamisoko Kamara, President of the Senate of Côte d'Ivoire. Madam Kamara, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente de l'UIP, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter le rapport de la réunion débat numéro 2 intitulé « Innover pour un avenir pacifique, élaborer de nouvelles solutions pour un monde en proie aux turbulences ». Cet échange avait un objectif clair, réfléchir ensemble aux moyens de bâtir une paix durable dans un contexte mondial marqué par les conflits, la radicalisation, l'insécurité climatique et la perte de confiance envers les institutions. Les intervenants nous ont rappelé que la paix ne se résume pas à l'absence de guerre. Elle suppose la justice, l'égalité des chances et des institutions solides au service des citoyens. Les discussions ont mis en lumière le rôle essentiel des parlements, qu'il s'agisse de désarmement, de sécurité nucléaire, de gouvernance climatique ou de régulation des nouvelles technologies. Nous avons la responsabilité d'anticiper les risques et de légiférer de manière éclairée. Par ailleurs, il a été maintes fois rappelé que pour qu'un processus de réconciliation nationale soit couronné de succès, il doit impérativement s'appuyer sur une volonté politique forte, un dialogue réellement inclusif et des mesures concrètes pour restaurer la confiance et retisser les liens entre les personnes après un conflit. Un message fort s'est dégagé. La sécurité doit partir des personnes et des réalités locales. La diplomatie interpersonnelle, ces rencontres directes qui créent la confiance, l'inclusion et la compréhension évidemment mutuelle, est apparue comme un outil indispensable pour bâtir la paix, une paix durable. Cependant, il a aussi été signalé que trop souvent, les processus de paix se réduisent à un partage du pouvoir entre élites. Ce faisant, il laisse de côté les femmes, les jeunes, la société civile et les acteurs de terrain qui pourtant portent des initiatives parmi les plus efficaces pour maintenir le dialogue et protéger les communautés. Les différents intervenants ont également appelé à réformer les institutions mondiales de sécurité, en particulier le Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU, jugé peu représentatif et paralysé par les vétos. Parmi les propositions, je citerai les suivantes. Élargir la composition du Conseil, instaurer des sièges semi-permanents et procéder à des révisions régulières de la Charte des Nations Unies. Notre réunion a identifié un autre sujet d'alerte, l'influence grandissante de l'industrie de l'armement et la hausse record des dépenses militaires. Les participants ont demandé le rejet de toute complicité dans les ventes d'armes qui alimentent les conflits et ont encouragé les parlementaires à promouvoir une véritable économie de la paix où les budgets servent avant tout les besoins sociaux. Enfin, si l'innovation et la technologie offrent de formidables opportunités, elles comportent aussi des risques. L'intelligence artificielle en particulier a été maintes fois mentionnée, car elle soulève de nouveaux enjeux éthiques et de gouvernance. Les parlementaires ont été appelés à adopter des lois garantissant transparence, protection des données et contrôle démocratique. En conclusion, je souhaite partager avec vous le message clair qui est ressorti de nos discussions. La paix exige du courage, de l'inclusion et des actions concrètes. À nous, parlementaires, d'incarner le changement et de montrer l'exemple en traduisant le droit international dans nos lois, en renforçant la cohésion sociale et le dialogue avec les citoyens, en dotant nos États d'institutions solides et en rejetant la violence comme option. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Kamara. Colleagues, I'm now going to invite our colleague from panel 3 who is going to present about achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, what new opportunities for international cooperation. I'm going to ask the Speaker of the Athingi of Iceland, Madame Turin. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable speakers, excellencies, colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to deliver this report from the panel on achieving the SDGs by 2030, what new opportunities for international cooperation. A discussion I was honoured to share with the Speaker of the Parliament from Ghana, the UN Assistant Secretary General and Director of UNDP's Bureau for External Engagement and Advocacy, and a remarkable 11-year-old climate activist from Tanzania. Let us begin with what we have achieved, because this is progress. Since 2015, extreme poverty has declined. HIV infections are down. Malaria prevention has saved millions of lives. More children are going to school and staying longer. Today, 92% of the global population has access to electricity. These outcomes are not accidental. They are there. They are the direct results of cooperation, policy choices, political will, and also a change of mindsets. When we work together, we deliver results. But let us be clear, the overall trajectory is deeply concerning. Only 40% of SDGs targets are on track. Climate action, in particular, is falling dangerously behind. If people do not have access to their basic rights, such as health, employment, and more, and the environment is not sustainable, we already know where this will end. There is no sustainable development without human dignity, and there is no dignity without justice. Parliaments are not bystanders in this global effort. They are central actors. Our citizens expect us to lead. Voters want action. And we have the platforms to bring voices together within our chambers, across our parties, on the world stage, through the IPU and other fora. And now is the time to use our voices. We should set laws that help implement multilateral agreements, consider taxes and subsidies as a way to stimulate sustainable development, and gather with fellow parliamentarians to share knowledge and sensitize on these crucial issues. We must reject the illusion that problems like climate change or economic inequality stop at national borders. Isolation is not protection, it is exposure. We must legislate for the global good and ensure that laws for our communities are effectively implemented. At the same time, we must confront a rising tide of misinformation, particularly around climate action. Digital manipulation is undermining science, eroding public trust, and weakening democratic governance. This is not just an environmental crisis, it's a democratic one. The foundation of our shared future depends on investment in education, gender equality, jobs, healthcare, digital access. Without these, the SDGs are little more than promises on paper. We are witnessing environmental collapse in real time. In my own country, we can see the glaciers melting. The oceans are acidifying. Ecosystems are unraveling. While some nations can adapt, many cannot. And in our interconnected world, their vulnerability is our collective risk. Climate action must be shared, and industrialized countries bear a historic and moral responsibility to lead. The private sector is, of course, vital. Its innovation and capital are essential, but it must not dictate the terms of progress, particularly on climate, digital transformation, and equity. Legislators must establish strong enforceable rules to prevent greenwashing, whether at home or abroad. Fiscal policy, including taxation, must reward genuine green innovation, not cosmetic compliance. The reality is this: SDG progress is deeply unequal. Many countries are not falling behind due to apathy, but because of global shocks, structural disadvantages, and financing gaps. We spend more on war than on welfare, more on crisis than on prevention. If that continues, we will lose not just the SDG agenda, but the very conditions for peace and prosperity. And we must listen to those whose lives are already affected. Young people across the world are not waiting, they are acting, planting trees, cleaning rivers, demanding justice. Their call is not for promises, it is for action, inclusion, and accountability. They want and deserve to be at the table. We know what needs to be done. The solutions exist. Our scientists, our policy experts, our civil society leaders are ready. The SDGs were never about comfort. They are about courage. They were designed to be transformative, not incremental. We should be determined, more accountable, and ready to change the way we proceed in order to effectively achieve the SDGs. Now is the time for transformation. Let us rise to meet the moment with the urgency it demands and the integrity it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Thoron. We are now going to panel four, colleagues. What role for parliaments in shaping our digital future? The rapporteur is Mr. J.F.N. Mudenda, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe. Mr. Mudenda, you have the floor.
Madam President, I felt overpowered in the middle of 4 women. The ratio was skewed against me. If that's the way to promote gender parity, let it be so. Madam President, our report is from panel 4 on what role for parliaments in shaping our digital future. The panel on parliament's role in shaping the digital future generated tremendous interest and debate, with 11 speakers and 8 other participants taking the floor. Building on Monday's summit of women speakers, which underscored that making artificial intelligence gender-sensitive will require coordinated and determined efforts. The panel reinforced that parliamentarians have agency and political power which should be used today to ensure that AI serves humanity's best interests. The 4 key issues emerged from yesterday's panel discussion as follows. Firstly, that there should be a legislative balance between innovation and protection. There cannot be a choice between innovation and protection of rights, because both are needed. Accordingly, one speaker poignantly observed that, and I quote, "The dichotomy between innovation and protection is an illusion, unquote. A responsible legal framework which anchors human beings at the center while allowing digital technology to flourish is an imperative. Secondly, the panel interrogated the principle of the 3 A's. Sulina Abdullah from the ITU presented a practical tool that animated the panel discussion. She opined that effective legislation needs to be agile, that's the first principle, by responding timely when technology advances fast. She added that adaptability, the second principle, demands adjusting as digital technology situations change. On the anticipatory principle, she noted that there was a compelling need to plan ahead for the emerging digital technologies as driven by artificial intelligence. The panel observed that it was also clear that there's no established legal framework template for AI legislation as yet. Even the European Union's attempts and that of the United Nations have not produced a universal legislative template for AI governance. Thirdly, international cooperation was recognized as a condition in tackling AI governance. The panel unanimously agreed that no individual stakeholder can tackle adequately the challenges of AI legal governance. It was therefore necessary that there should be a multilateral approach in mapping out AI governance to avoid legal gaps if each country singularly developed its own legal framework for AI governance. Speakers emphasized that the UN's Global Digital Compact, adopted last September in 2024, demonstrates that international cooperation on digital governance is not just possible, but is essential, especially if the digital divide is to be closed holistically. The panel also noted that digital transformation must be environmentally sustainable, with countries leveraging renewable energy for AI development to mitigate possible environmental harm. Finally, there is need for capacity building for parliamentarians. It was acknowledged that several parliamentarians may need to appreciate and understand better the ecosystem of digital technologies. The capacity building needed for parliamentarians in this regard does not require them to be academics, but to make them appreciate the societal impacts of digital technologies so that they are equipped to exercise robust oversight on their governments and the technological companies. What is necessary for parliamentarians is in their capacity building is to make them become abreast of the emerging digital technologies so that they are able to monitor trends and assess impacts of the digital technologies. In Zimbabwe, for example, a parliamentary committee of the future will be created in order to work with universities on AI research and development and assist parliamentarians to appreciate digital technological development trends, which should be understood by the parliamentarians. Overall, the message from the panel was clear, namely that parliamentarians have both opportunity and responsibility to ensure that the digital future serves humanity. In that context, the IPU will co-organize a conference on the role of Parliament in shaping the future of responsible AI in Malaysia this November 2025, to which parliamentarians are invited to participate. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mdenda. Colleagues, I will now go to panel 5, protecting and promoting the rights of persons in vulnerable situations towards comprehensive anti-discrimination action. The rapporteur is Ms. Angela Thokozile Didiza, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa. Madame Didiza, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Julia Axon. And maybe let me preface our report by thanking the Secretary General and the Secretariat for being wise enough that they are not discriminatory of those of us who were born before the latest technologies. I say so because they decided that our reports must be given on paper. And I'm saying latest technologies deliberately, because from writing on the sand, we then wrote with feathers, and from there we wrote with the pen. So these latest technologies have found us technologically advanced, maybe not to the state. Thank you very much, Madam. Yesterday, I had the honor of participating in a timely and powerful panel discussion on the theme of protecting and promoting the rights of persons in vulnerable situations, with a focus on building comprehensive anti-discriminatory frameworks. The discussion brought together voices from across regions and institutions, including the Speaker of the Parliament of Malta and other speakers, the Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Nada Al-Nashif, Ms. Yvonne Apio, Bradley Amolo, the CEO of the Global Minority Parliamentarians Caucus and President of the Swiss Diversity Association. In my capacity as a Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, I was part of that panel. The panel explored both persistent and emerging challenges to the rights of persons in vulnerable situations, including racial minorities, LGBTQI+ persons, migrants, people with disabilities, and others facing intersection forms of discrimination. Participants underscored that despite international commitments and constitutional guarantees, more than 3/4 of countries still lack comprehensive national anti-discriminatory legislation. This legal vacuum significantly impedes both protection and accountability. Panel also emphasized the critical role of parliaments in adopting robust anti-discriminatory frameworks, providing oversight for their implementation, and ensuring access to justice. Several interventions highlighted that once laws are adopted, such laws tend to be durable and enjoy broad support, even in politically diverse environments. At the same time, it was clear that legal protection alone is not sufficient. Gaps in implementation, lack of enforcement mechanisms, and political reluctance remain recurring obstacles. Throughout the discussions, speakers highlighted the importance of anchoring anti-discriminatory efforts in the lived realities of affected communities. These realities include experiences of racial profiling, structural bias in service delivery, and invisibility in national data collection. The need for disaggregated data and improved monitoring mechanisms came up repeatedly in the discussions, with some participants calling for parliamentary-supported platforms to track progress and inform policy. The Commission also noted the growing gap between international norms and domestic practice, a gap that is being widened by the erosion of multilateralism and increasing resistance to human rights. Several concerns were raised about the use of social media to amplify harmful stereotypes and scapegoating narratives. Education and public engagement were identified as essential tools to promote inclusion and human dignity. Parliaments were called upon not only to legislate, but also to act as forums for public debate and social dialogue. Examples of effective community engagement and human rights education were shared, underscoring the need to build a culture of rights from ground up and to address the fears of those who feel threatened by diversity in a way that fosters understanding, promoting equality, and embracing diversity as a collective strength. Throughout the discussion, the need for partnerships with national human rights institutions, civil society, the private sector, and international bodies were emphasized. Some speakers highlighted the potential of cross-regional parliamentary cooperation to exchange good practices, monitor implementation, and foster solidarity in the face of backlash. In this regard, we acknowledge the IPU as a valuable platform for parliaments to exchange experiences and approaches to addressing key challenges. Concluding reflections emphasized the importance of political leadership and inclusive participation in driving change. Calls were made to promote gender quotas and reserve parliamentary seats for marginalized communities. The panel underscored that fostering diversity, equity, and inclusion was not merely a legal or policy issue, it was a question of democratic legitimacy and societal resilience. Dear colleagues, I look forward to working with you in ensuring that we can turn some of these adversities into concrete action, particularly the proposals that have emerged out of these commissions. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Madam Didiza. Colleagues, I'm going to request all of you to clap for our rapporteurs. They have done a very wonderful job. Thank you so much, colleagues. At the same time, I'm also going to thank the Secretariat for the job well done of assisting our rapporteurs. That said, we go to now the adoption of the outcome document, which is another equally and probably very important segment. And as we move to the adoption of the high-level declaration from our conference, I am going to invite Ms. Sarah Najila Kugongelwa Amadila, Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, and Mr. Thomas Brezo, President of the National Council of Monaco, who are going to jointly introduce the high-level declaration to us. Madam Kugongelwa Amadila, you have the floor.
Madam President, members of the Presidium, distinguished delegates. We, the speakers of Parliament from around the world, have come together to take stock of the many crises that engulf the world today and to reaffirm the fundamental principles that must guide our future parliamentary action. As speakers, we can help inspire public debate, uphold democratic practices in our parliaments, and engage in parliamentary diplomacy to advance peace and understanding amongst people.
Nous constatons avec inquiétude que la situation dans le monde n'est guère meilleure aujourd'hui qu'au moment de notre dernière réunion en 2021. Nous observons dans nos sociétés un sentiment général de malaise et d'anxiété qui reflète l'absence de paix et de développement. Les progrès vers un monde pacifique et la vision transformatrice du programme de développement durable à l'horizon 2030 sont pratiquement au point mort et le monde est confronté à une multitude de crises et de défis qui se chevauchent.
We welcome the United Nations Pact for the Future of September 2024 as the latest effort by the global community to reconstitute multilateral order on stronger foundations, turbocharge the SDGs and find common ground on the key issues of our time. We highlight the crucial role of parliamentary organizations and inter-parliamentary cooperation in global governance, in particular in supporting respect for the norms and principles of international law, peace building and sustaining peace, human rights and sustainable development.
You read this?
I think I have a long one.
One part is missing. You should have read this one. Right. You got to read this one.
Okay. Sorry. It's two languages that are there. So the existing international political and economic architecture has fallen short in responding to all of these challenges and crises. Inspired by the IPU's values and principles, as well as by the outcomes of major United Nations processes, we conclude that building a more peaceful, just and prosperous world requires parliaments to engage in a series of key broad policy transitions. To complete the complete and consistent observance of international law and the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, the building of strong, transparent, and accountable institutions to maintain peace and justice, conflict prevention, as well as efforts to achieve comprehensive and sustainable security, combining both human security and common security, the peaceful, secure, open, and inclusive use of information and communication technologies, embedding the SDGs into national policies, strategies, and budgets, shifting the current economic paradigm to a more people-centered model based on cooperation, solidarity, inclusion, and sustainability, investing more in health, education, environmental preservation, and other public goods, advancing gender equality in law and in practice in all fields and at all levels, empowering young people, harnessing their perspectives and potential, valuing diversity in our societies, embracing the idea that global problems require collective action, reinforcing the practice of democracy with a strong emphasis on multilateral engagement and upholding democratic values. We welcome the United Nations Pact for the Future of September 2024 as the latest effort by the global community to reconstitute multilateral order on stronger foundations, turbocharge the SDGs, and find common ground on the key issues of our time. We highlight the crucial role of parliamentary organizations and inter-parliamentary cooperation in global governance, in particular in supporting respect for the norms and principles of international law, peace building and sustaining peace, human rights, and sustainable development.
Dans ce contexte, nous nous efforcerons de prendre les mesures suivantes. Intensifier les efforts pour mettre en place un multilatéralisme plus fort et plus efficace au service des peuples et de la planète. Contribuer à une réforme efficace des Nations Unies et de l'architecture financière mondiale en faveur des sociétés pacifiques, justes et inclusives, en atteignant les ODD et en comblant le déficit de financement des pays en développement. Appuyer un système commercial multilatéral équitable, ouvert et non discriminatoire avec l'Organisation mondiale du commerce en son centre. Accroître la connaissance au sein des parlements des principaux accords des Nations Unies, tels que le pacte pour l'avenir. Encourager le contrôle parlementaire des positions prises et des accords convenus par les gouvernements à l'ONU et dans d'autres forums internationaux. Partager les connaissances avec le grand public en général des principaux accords des Nations Unies afin de favoriser une meilleure appropriation et compréhension de leurs objectifs par les pays. Favoriser une participation plus active de nos parlements aux principaux processus des Nations Unies et autres processus mondiaux. Faciliter l'égalité hommes-femmes et une plus grande représentation des jeunes ainsi que des personnes en situation de vulnérabilité et d'autres groupes sous-représentés dans nos parlements. Il faut notamment faire en sorte que les parlements soient sûrs, exempts de discrimination et de violence. Ouvrir nos parlements à une plus large participation d'un éventail de parties prenantes au processus législatif. Renforcer la confiance et incarner l'espoir pour notre avenir commun par le biais des travaux de l'UIP en matière de dialogue interconfessionnel. Mettre en œuvre la diplomatie parlementaire en complément des efforts gouvernementaux. Reconnaître et promouvoir la diplomatie scientifique en tant qu'outil essentiel pour résoudre les problèmes auxquels le monde est confronté. Soutenir la prévention des souffrances humaines causées par les armes et garantir le contrôle parlementaire des engagements pris en matière de désarmement. Encourager les auditions parlementaires qui examinent les causes profondes des problèmes auxquels le monde est confronté. Participer activement aux efforts au niveau mondial pour réglementer et exploiter le potentiel des technologies émergentes. Soutenir un plan d'action pour renforcer les compétences numériques et veiller à ce que le Parlement soit une institution équipée pour façonner notre avenir numérique. Promouvoir des processus législatifs inclusifs et efficaces afin de soutenir une culture de respect mutuel, de dialogue, de compréhension dans le cadre de délibérations parlementaires. Et enfin, envisager la création d'une commission parlementaire du futur dans les parlements qui n'en ont pas encore. Nous remercions nos hôtes, la Confédération helvétique, l'Office des Nations Unies à Genève, ainsi que le secrétaire général de l'ONU et le président de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies pour le soutien qu'ils ont apporté à notre conférence, ce qui est une nouvelle illustration du partenariat étroit entre l'UIP et l'ONU, soit l'une des clés pour faire de ce monde un endroit meilleur où existent des voies vers la paix et la justice pour tous. Je vous remercie.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. You come sit with us here. Colleagues, another round of applause for Mr. Thomas Brezo and Ms. Sarah Kugongelwa Amadila. Thank you so much for presenting our high-level declaration for this conference. Now, colleagues, I'm going to put it to question to you. Do I take it with those claps that we have all adopted this high-level declaration for the conference? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is so decided. It is so decided, colleagues. I have seen the plug. Is it the plug? Yeah, the plug from Yemen, and I don't know what he would like to address me on. So, please. Hold on for the, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
السيدة الرئيسة، كنت قد رفعت الطلب قبل التصفيق لأني لاحظت أن الإعلان وفي هذه القاعة صفوة الصفوة من رؤساء البرلمانات في العالم، وقضية فلسطين وغزة والحروب التي نعيشها في أوكرانيا وفي السودان لم يمر عليها هذا الإعلان، وكأن أولئك البشر الذين يقتلون لا قيمة لهم، وأن مسؤوليتنا الأخلاقية ومبادئ الأمم المتحدة والقانون الدولي والعدالة وحقوق الإنسان قد جردت من هذا البيان وأصبح مجرد ورقة نتناولها في كل اجتماعاتنا، في كل مرة نجتمع، سواء رؤساء البرلمانات أو البرلمانات الاجتماعات العادية للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. إني أناشد كل الزملاء الموجودين في هذه القاعة ورئاسة الاجتماع ألا نمر مرور الكرام من شعب يموت بالرصاص ويموت بالجوع، وتحول أبناؤه إلى هياكل عظمية، تحول أبناء أرضه إلى محرقة، تحولت مبانيه إلى ركام، لم يعود للقمة العيش مكانا، ولا لشربة الماء، ولا للدواء، ولا للمشتقات النفطية مكانا، ولا للمستشفيات. فهل من المعقول ورؤساء البرلمانات في العالم وصفوة الصفوة كما وصفتهم في البداية موجودين في هذه القاعة سيخرج بهذا البيان الذي لا يعير دم الإنسان أي اهتمام، ولا يعير ما يجري في غزة أي اهتمام، ولا يعير مبدأ ما يجري من إبادة جماعية وتهجير قسري أي اهتمام؟ إنها وصمة عار في جبين البشرية وفي حق الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي ورؤساء البرلمانات الذين هم يمثلون الشعوب وهم أحراء وهم الذين أكثر ارتباطا بالقضايا المصيرية. إنني أكرر الطلب على جميع الزملاء في القاعة وعلى هيئة الرئاسة أن يدرج ضمن الإعلان هذا موضوع إيقاف الحرب، موضوع دخول المواد الغذائية والدواء والمحروق والمشتقات النفطية، وأن حل القضية الفلسطينية أمرا قد أقريناه في أكثر من اجتماع، فلماذا نتجاهل اليوم باجتماع رؤساء البرلمانات؟ إن ما يجري في فلسطين يدمي القلوب ويلهب المشاعر، ولا نكون ضمائر ميتة. سيقال عنا بأن ضمائرنا ميتة تماما إذا لم نتناول هذه القضية وإذا لم يتضمنها البيان. وأنا أعتقد أننا سنكون عابثين بالوقت وعابثين مستهترين بدم الإنسان، ومستهترين بالقانون الدولي، ومستهترين بمبادئ الأمم المتحدة. وشكرا.
Colleagues, much as the declaration has already been adopted, but when I saw Yemen requesting the floor and I didn't know what he wanted to address me on, I had to give him the right to address me. But that said, colleagues, the text of this high-level declaration of the Sixth World Conference of Speakers has gone through all the processes of negotiations and also consultations for all the geopolitical groups, all countries and all parliaments. It was shared, and then we kept receiving the views, and the preparatory committee has tried everything it can to ensure that the language that is in this text is a language that is compromised in the sense that it is a compromise for the whole parliamentary community of the world. So since it has already been adopted, I am going to irrespectively ask our colleague, the speaker from Yemen, to, when you go through the text on page 2, bullet 1 from the last bit is talking about building strong, transparent and accountable institutions to maintain peace and justice. This includes reforming judicial systems, and you can read all that, it's there. But also the other bullet that follows after that talks about prioritizing and investing in conflict prevention as well as redefining security. We have tried to cover every other situation that our people that we represent are going through. That said, colleagues, the specific matter which has been raised by Yemen will be noted as per our rules of engagement for this Sixth World Conference of Speakers. So we will note those concerns, and of course, previously you might have noted IPU have always pronounced itself in respect of this matter. So since this has been already adopted and we have all clapped, it is so decided. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, having adopted the high-level declaration from our conference, I will now move to the last part of this segment, which is concluding remarks. And we will be hearing first from the representative of the United Nations, Mr. Courtney Ratley. Please, you have the floor.
I have a comment if you allow us.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers of Parliament, dear friends, as we draw the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament to a close, the path ahead gives us hope. We have been inspired by the ideas ignited at the panel discussions, the voices that have converged at the general debate, and most importantly, the human connections that have been forged across regions and the experiences gained throughout these past days. This conference and the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament that preceded it has been a remarkable reminder of our collective capacity to reaffirm our common goals. We benefited from Speakers of Parliament engaging with legislators, civil society organizations, youth, the private sector, and academics coming from every corner of the world. This is what effective, inclusive, networked multilateralism must look like. Let us carry forward today's momentum and translate dialogue into action. I trust that the connections we have made these past few days will inspire us not only in international fora, but within our communities and institutions. As the Secretary-General stated at the Summit of the Futures Action Days last September, a renewed multilateralism will not be built in a day or by governments alone. It will be fueled and carried forward by all of you and the groups that you represent. We have fought for ambition. Now let us fight for action together. As we celebrate the achievements of the 6th World Conference of Speakers, I extend my thanks to the Inter-Parliamentary Union for serving once again as a bridge between national action and international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I can see Iran requesting the floor, but let me say something, because the one issue has been raised by Yemen, and I have made a ruling about it. So as the rules go, if I have made a ruling, then the ruling has to stay in this case, unfortunately. But we have noted once again what has been said. But Iran, if you have anything else that you would like to raise, please, you are allowed to do that. You can do that in writing, and we will not, according to our rules that we have. So you're always welcome to submit the concerns in writing, and we shall note accordingly. That said, colleagues, I'm now going to call upon the IPU Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chugong, to address us.
Right Honourable President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Dr. Tulia Axon, my esteemed colleague, Courtney Rattray, Chef de Cabinet of the United Nations Secretary General, Honourable Speakers of Parliament present here, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In my address at the inaugural session of this conference, I talked about the crisis of the multilateral system and how some people have come to the conclusion that the United Nations and other multilateral bodies, including the Inter-Parliamentary Union, are in their dying throes. But looking at the number of speakers and other high-level parliamentarians who have gathered here in Geneva and spoken so passionately over the past 2 days about their priorities to build a better world, I am filled with a renewed hope. And in this context, I echo the words addressed to all of us by Michael Douglas at the inaugural session. We should hope. We should have renewed belief that there is a future for multilateralism, a belief that we are stronger together, that dialogue and diplomacy are better tools for solving problems than bullets and bombs, and that parliaments can and must play a key role in reinvigorating global cooperation. But parliaments are not just one piece, in a complex jigsaw. Earlier today, we threw open the doors of the conference to the wider stakeholder community in our interactive debate in this very chamber. Parliamentarians have long recognized the benefits of working together with fellow parliamentarians from around the world through the IPU, but now they are becoming increasingly aware that the world's problems can only be solved in partnership with other institutions and organizations. We acknowledge the preeminence of the United Nations in the multilateral architecture, and we are also seeing that it is important to work with other organizations to make the United Nations stronger. We need to work with civil society, the private sector, and other informal forums and coalitions, because it is only in this way that we can get the job done. The declaration that you have just approved, that was a few moments ago, sets out a roadmap for how parliaments can help revitalize the multilateral order through effective reform, greater involvement in existing and emerging processes, and strengthened oversight of the implementation of agreements and decisions. Over the past few days, we have heard many points of view, but we have also heard unity among speakers gathered here as to what they really want for the people. People of the world, they want peace, they want development, prosperity, justice, and equality. I hope, and there again I echo the words of Michael Douglas, I hope that the United Nations in particular will heed that message as it embarks on ambitious reform for a truly revitalized and effective United Nations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our hosts, the United Nations, but in particular Tatiana Valovaya, the Director General of the UN Office in Geneva, for offering us these fabulous premises for our deliberations. And of course, I want also to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Parliament and Government of Switzerland for welcoming speakers of Parliament from around the world to Geneva. I remain convinced that this conference is the jewel in the IPU's crown. And I hope, Michael Douglas, that our 7th Speakers Conference in 2030 will be an opportunity to celebrate genuine progress towards a more peaceful, fair, and prosperous world. I thank you.
Colleagues, now it is my pleasure to invite the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to address you. Mr. Martin Chugong, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Mr. Rattray, Chef de Cabinet of the United Nations Secretary General, esteemed speakers of Parliament, dear colleagues, dear friends. As we bring this sixth World Conference of Speakers of Parliament to a close, I wish to express my deep gratitude to our hosts, the United Nations Office in Geneva, to the Swiss Parliament and other national authorities of Switzerland, to the members of the Preparatory Committee, and on this, I'm going to request them to stand if they are here, so that we all recognize the good work that they have done. The PrepCom members, please stand. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have done a great job, and we all appreciate all the effort you have put into this. Colleagues, now to the IPU Secretariat. I know they are all over the place, but those who are in the house now, please stand and we recognize you. Starting with the Secretary General, please all stand and we recognize you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have put a lot of effort into ensuring this conference is a success. And as a leader of this institution, I can't say better words than saying I am so, so proud of you for delivering to the letter of what we expected for this meeting. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm also going to now acknowledge all of you, sincerely, all the speakers who were able to travel long distances to come to attend this meeting physically. Thank you so much for coming, but at the same time, I would like to acknowledge the depth of your engagement, for the clarity of your convictions, and above all, for your continued support for a vision of a world where peace, justice, and prosperity are not privileges for few, but rights shared by all our peoples. Needless to say, we are very far away from achieving that vision. The high-level declaration we have just adopted describes a world in turmoil, marked by deepening inequalities, protracted conflicts, democratic backsliding, a climate emergency, and a very, very dangerous erosion of multilateralism. Therefore, colleagues and friends, my plea to each of you is very simple. Let the close of this World Conference of Speakers mark a moment where our efforts are redoubled. I would like to underline how truly unique these past 3 days have been. This conference was one of the rare moments when most of the world speakers came together under one roof. It offered us an invaluable space for exchanges, for diplomacy, and for genuine dialogue. It allowed us to listen directly to colleagues representing diverse political, ideological, religious, and geographical perspectives. Now, it is up to us, all of us, to make this count. The high-level declaration we have just adopted is, first and foremost, a call to responsibility. It urges us to work towards a more humane global order, one that places cooperation at the heart of policymaking, where gender equality is the norm, and where youth, people in vulnerable situations, and the underrepresented groups are fully included. Indeed, peace rests on more than treaties. It is sustained by justice, equity, inclusion, and the rule of law. Our high-level declaration also makes it clear that protecting our planet, our citizens, and our democracies cannot rest solely on the hands of the executive. As leaders of our parliaments, we are accountable. This responsibility begins with the laws we draft, the laws we pass, the debates we lead, and the budgets we approve. So, above all, our high-level declaration calls on us as parliamentarians and representatives of the people to see ourselves as architects of dialogue, stewards of inclusion, and agents of meaningful change. And I am pleased, colleagues, to note that the role of parliamentarians as agents of meaningful change has continued to grow within global governance and the United Nations. This is reflected both in our involvement in decision-making processes and in our strengthened partnership to implement global commitments, from the SDGs to the recently adopted UN Pact for the Future. Just last Friday, on 25th July 2025, the General Assembly adopted a new resolution on the interaction between the United Nations, national parliaments, and the Inter-Parliamentary Union, marking the culmination of 25 years of steadily deepening engagement between the United Nations and parliaments. Over this time, the presence of our parliamentarians in major global governance meetings has expanded significantly. Our hearings at COP, our G20 Speakers Summit, commonly known as P20, and our active participation in the high-level political forum are only a few examples of this growing contribution. Dear colleagues, dear friends, and thus, after this 6th Global Summit of Speakers, let us move forward together, not as isolated speakers, but as a united parliamentary community. In a world gripped by fragmentation and division, we must be the voices that rebuild trust. And in the face of rising doubt, our actions must be the reason our peoples believe again in what a global community is capable of doing. Dear colleagues, dear friends, it can be done. Play your part. I thank you for listening. So now, before I bang the hammer to declare the conference closed, I am going to invite all of us to stand and close our meeting with our IPU anthem. Colleagues, while we all stand, I declare the 6th World Conference of Speakers held in 2025 officially closed.